if you've been dismissed on frequent occasions, you're trying to come up with a strategy. You're trying to come up with a way of coping with the problem. Libby now faces Rushworth for the first time today. Here's Rushworth in, bowls, and Libby just withdraws his bat, takes his bat horizontally inside the line of that one, just outside off stump, taken by Stuart Pointer behind the stumps. So a delayed start here, 12:45 and 79 overs in the day. Grey cloud, tiny bit of blue sky, and things have cleared up quite a bit since we arrived at the ground this morning when it was still raining fairly steadily, to be honest. Here's Rushworth, and he moves in now again to bowl to Libby, and again Libby leaves that alone outside the off stump. End of the first over of the day from Rushworth, 1 run from it, and Worcestershire 61 without loss, and 78 overs left in the day.
Michael Yardy, I think he was part of that England team under the captaincy of Paul Collingwood, which won the T20 World Cup, beating Australia in the final in the West Indies, and I believe that was 11 years ago today. And the reason I say that is tomorrow morning my daughter Polly will be 11, and her mum was virtually on her way to hospital when Paul Collingwood lifted the trophy. So there you go. And I enjoyed some of the prawns last night as well.
Ah, very good.
My youngest daughter won an art competition, and the prize was prawns.
And she saved you some.
Yeah, I think I pretended I'd eaten them all. She got quite upset at one point until I admitted I'd only had 2. Right, here's Mark Wood then. 1 run added this morning, or in this first session so far. This is turned off down towards fine leg by Mitchell. And it's gone to Rushworth. I don't really think Durham's bowling was as tight as it should have been last night. And, they came out with a bit of intent actually, Worcestershire, and batted nicely, put on 60 in 14 overs. Durham need to get that pressure sorted out. Highwayman says it's cracking the pavements in SR6. He's even had to take his gilet off us. Wood bowls, worth a shout. Not given. Possibly a little bit of bat in that maybe. I heard some click of some description. I haven't got a monitor in front of me now.
I think he must have hit it, because otherwise he was smack in front. So. And the appeal kind of died, didn't it?
The Invisible Man has tweeted, I've enjoyed all 3 days of this game so far, despite brackets because of question mark close brackets being a Warwickshire fan. It's been a cracking match, whatever the outcome. It has. Wood in again to Libby, and he gets bad on that one this time. It comes to rest right in front of the crease. Libby goes for a quick walk off towards square leg. Andrew Ashmore, will it be hard to bat, he wonders. The proof will be in the eating of the pudding rather than in the pudding.
I think it will be hard to bat.
Davy Fenwick says it's bright on the Whitburn Riviera. Just slightly to the north of us, but yeah, I think it was meant to be brightening up a bit this afternoon. Rain had drifted in off the North Sea as Wood bowls. Libby goes up onto his toes and fends that down into the ground. John Reed says, I'm here, I'm listening in Finkel Abbey. Hope to see you on Thursday at Derby. Well, they're not allowing visiting members in, so you better check that up before you travel down there, unless you are a Derbyshire member, in which case you're okay. Durham are selling tickets for their first game with spectators, which will be in 2 weeks' time here against Essex. So members are coming to that one anyway, but non-members are invited to buy tickets. As Wood comes in from the Finkel end, Libby turns that to square leg to Burnham. No run. I hope you could hear what Burnham was saying. My computer froze earlier and it's now doing a complete another update. So
it was okay actually. I think it came through quite well.
I played the interview from the microphone of my phone, or the speaker of the phone onto the microphone of my headset. So Because these newfangled phones, of course, they don't have a cable to allow you to... They don't have an earphone socket in them anymore now.
To buy a little adapter.
Yeah. Wood bowls. Backs off the pads, but I think it was going down the leg side. Wood started to appeal and then slapped his own thighs if he was about to start a Morris dance. And off he goes. End of the over, 62 for none. It looks really gloomy just to the west of us.
It does.
Naughty skies.
Yeah. But the weather coming from the east.
Yeah.
You see the flag on top of Lumley Castle. Drifting rather than billowing, I would say. From east to west. And it's a bit brighter away to the east. That's where the weather's coming from. Over the sea, we might get further rain, but it might well be late on in the day. So
floodlights aren't on either, which is another positive.
Best that Worcestershire don't think about that, I think. Best that they think about crease occupation, of course. Stuart Pointer's gone up to the stumps now. No doubt had a chat with Chris Rushworth. They're not happy about Daryl Mitchell using his feet to try and upset Rushworth's length. Here is Rushworth, he bowls and Mitchell goes back to this one, pushes out on the offside and there's no run. 62 without loss, just the 2 runs added then since we started at 12:45. 1 to each of these 2 batsmen. And as yet, well, couple of shouts for LBW in that over from Wood. As yet, no sign of huge movement. Here's Rushworth in, bowls, and that one Mitchell pushes straight back down the pitch. My view is hopeless, really, of this confrontation, because I've got...
You've moved too far across.
I've moved across. I've got Stuart Pointer standing up to the stumps. I'm almost directly behind the arm. I've got a pillar that I've just got to move across from, and I'm hoping that might be a little bit better. Not a huge amount. They're playing almost directly in front of our commentary position, which is great, but it actually would help if they were just about 10 yards one way or the other. Anyway, here's Rushworth. Past umpire Goffey's in. He bowls short of a length to Mitchell, who gets on his toes and steers this one to Will Young at cover point. Plenty of encouragement from his teammates for Rushworth out there. As you'd expect, he needs 1 wicket to become Durham's all-time first-class leading wicket taker, overtaking Graham Onions. Pretty sure he'll get it today.
I think there might be a yelp if he does.
I think there will. In he comes now. Straight approach, about 15-20 yards. Bowls to Mitchell, who drives up to mid-on and thinks about a run, but Alex Lees moves across to his left and prevents any addition. 62 without loss. Rushworth, well, I was going to say the most English of bowlers, really. He just suits the conditions up here in the north, but I've seen him bowl beautifully at Worcester as well. But a good solid county professional, perhaps unlucky not to have had higher honours. He bowls to Mitchell, who drives this one straight down the ground, and that might well be the first boundary of the day, and it's going to bring Daryl Mitchell 50. It's not a boundary, it's pulled back inside the rope by Ben Rain, but 3 for Mitchell, who completes his half century, and a very good effort it has been. He's applauded from the balcony. 54 balls in the circumstances, pretty quick. 6 boundaries, and helped by the fact there were a lot of close fielders last night and everything he got a bat on if it went down through gully or through the slips went for 4, but nonetheless good effort by Daryl Mitchell. 65 without loss. Rushworth now to Libby, who did he pull his bat out of the way, or did he actually play? I think he just pulled his bat horizontally out of the way of that one, and that's the end of the over from Rushworth, the 3rd of the day. Mitchell then reaching his 50, 54 balls and 6 fours, and Worcestershire 65 without loss with another 76 overs left in the day to survive.
Mitchell has got a century against Durham, 123 not out in September 2017 in a Worcestershire win at New Road. I think that was when Worcestershire actually pipped Notts to the 2nd Division title, and Durham gave them a guard of honour at the end of the game. He's also got a 67 in 2009, so this is the 3rd time he's got past 50 against them. And that little peep, peep, peep you can hear out there is a pied wagtail. Here's Wood from the Finkel end, bowling to Mitchell. Oh, comes in hard and whacks off the inside edge of the bat and into the thigh pad / box area.
Third 50 for Daryl Mitchell this summer. Yet to go on and turn any of those into three figures. Made 67 against Essex at home in the first innings, and 59 against Nottinghamshire at New Road in the first innings as well.
Wood in, Mitchell goes back into his crease but still tries to push at the ball and plays and misses. Just flashes past the outside edge of his bat. Right area, mate, is the shout. Sort of mixture of accents there. Got a mid off and a not really a mid on actually, more a sort of wide extra cover in Ben Rain. Wood in, 3 slips in place. Bounces Mitchell, it's gone down the leg side to the keeper.
Good pace on that really in these conditions.
Yeah.
No doubt that he's just one of those bowlers, Mark Wood, isn't he? He's not a huge man. He's not particularly broad-shouldered. It's rhythm, isn't it? He just gets everything right. He's just one of those guys that can just when he gets everything right, achieve that extra little bit of pace. And that was a quick one. I'm guessing, you know, he's up in the high 80s, isn't he?
He gets clocked in the 90s quite regularly.
I meant today, really.
Yeah. It's turned off down towards long leg for 1. Rushworth there. So Michael Holding wasn't particularly a big guy, was he?
Rhythm again. Great rhythm, yeah. Absolutely.
You see somebody like Joel Garner, who was a man mountain. Joel Garner, wasn't he? Man mountain. Used to deliver the ball from about 13 feet high.
There have been some very quick, small guys. I mean, various people have told me that Frank Tyson, you know, was as quick as anybody there's ever been, and he was about 5'9", I think.
Wood comes in past the umpire. Libby looks to turn that down the leg side. Taken by the keeper quite a long way across. He's looking for the leg side strangle there. It's 1 o'clock. There is a big bank of rain just sitting right above Chesley Street at the moment. Just across to the left of us. Wood, right arm over, running in from about 30 yards. Starts his run up next to a pile of sawdust. He bowls. Libby pushes that out through the covers and we'll get 2 runs here. As rain chases after it and slides in. Ball heading off towards the pavilion. 2 runs. And that is the end of the over. 18 overs gone. 68 without loss. Mitchell 51. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Mitchell guides that one down towards third man. Gets a single. In comes the bowler. Libby defends. Ball just rolls off towards the covers. Rushworth in. This is turned towards mid-wicket, no run there by Libby. What have we got? 74.3 overs left today. Rushworth up to the stumps and bowls. Libby defends, goes back into his crease, plays the ball back to the bowler. Rushworth from the Lumley end. Libby turns it in the air. Oh, it's been put down by Burnham. That would have been the moment. I'm surprised Burnham actually reached it. It looked like it was flying really high and he leapt into the air. Got a hand on it but couldn't hold on to it. What a catch that would have been. I can't believe he got near it, to be honest with you, but Rushworth saw the ball in his hands momentarily and then it was out again and he ended up with his hands on the back of his head. That was nearly the moment. Rushworth in again. Libby leaves the ball just outside the off stump. Yes, we've had 4 overs so far. They started play at 1:45 following early morning rain, and Durham looking for wickets here. They need 10 to see off Worcestershire and get their second win of the season, and Chris Rushworth needs 1 to get to 528 and become the leading wicket taker in Durham's history. He's just had a really sharp chance of Jake Libby's bat dropped by Jack Burnham at mid-wicket. I'm surprised Burnham got anywhere near it actually, so that could have been the moment, but it wasn't. Libby has 16, and at the other end Daryl Mitchell has 56, and Worcestershire has 73 without loss.
Libby gets another life. That's 2 now, and he'll be hoping he can make them pay.
Wood in, start of a new over.
4 more.
Oh, it's gone down to 4, so it's actually the second ball of the over, isn't it? Because he bowled one when I was reporting there. I can't believe Burnham got to that actually.
No, it was a great effort.
That was really high, and I just thought it was heading away for 4.
Yeah.
So
I almost think Libby kind of stopped the shot. You know, if he'd have carried on through, it would have lifted it over Burnham, but he kind of checked it. Might have just held up a little bit in the pitch. Could have been the big one for Chris Rushworth.
John Corcoran says, I've just got back in time for the start. I ran the not peer-to-peer today from South Shields to Roker this morning, the Sunderland Strollers race. It's quite a popular event that, when it's allowed to take place, as Wood comes in and bowls. This is fended off down towards square leg. Burnham with a throw back at the stumps, just misses the target as he's running away towards the far end of the ground. Quick single for Mitchell. Yeah, I think it's about 7 miles peer-to-peer. They start at, on the beach at South Shields Pier and finish at Roker.
Not a bad morning for a run, I don't think. Not too cold. Bit of news for Worcestershire supporters of some interest to 1 or 2 that might be listening. Worcestershire Women's Rapids 2 T20s against Somerset at Halesowen in the ECB T20 competition today rained off. Not surprising, given so much rain that they've had in the Midlands while we've been basking in this beautiful balmy northern weather the last few days.
Wood into Libby. Libby turns this up 2. Lees at mid-on. No run. Bird in full voice. What was Libby on at the time he clipped that? Did you notice?
Same as he's on now, I think.
Just defended. No run there. Let's have a look. Yeah, he hasn't got a run since. So 16 at the time.
What was he on last night? Was he on about 4 last night, I think, when Borthwick dropped him?
14. Oh, yeah, I never wrote. I don't think I wrote that down when Borthwick.
It was quite early on, wasn't it?
Yeah. What about that? He's on strike now as Wood comes in. That's played back to Wood, who throws himself at the ball and stops it one-handed. End of the over. 78 without loss.
So Daryl Mitchell reaching his 3rd 50 of the season for Worcestershire this morning off 54 balls with 6 fours. He's now on 61. He's benefited from the close fields and got quite a few runs down to 3rd man. Boundaries last night and this morning because of the pace of Mark Wood, but not beaten by those deliveries. Kind of steered them off the face of the bat. Perfectly legitimate shots in the circumstances. Used his feet a bit against Chris Rushworth in Rushworth's first couple of overs, which has meant Stuart Point has gone up to the stumps to try and stop him from doing that. And Rushworth is in, and Mitchell is watchfully steering this one square on the offside, where it's fielded by Will Young, New Zealand opening batsman. Made 100 yesterday, played really well, looked very well organised, and in his last game for Durham, might not be his last game ever for Durham, he might come back, but his last game of this stint, he reached 3 figures, as he did last week against Warwickshire, so a good way for him to finish his stint up here in the northeast. Rushworth is in and bowls to Mitchell, pushes up to mid-on. 78 Worcestershire without loss, but I'll probably bore listeners with this, but I'll keep repeating it throughout the day. The key figure on that scoreboard, well, obviously the wickets, but the key figure other than that is overs remaining in the day, and it's 72 after this one. Chris Rushworth into Mitchell, bowls, and Mitchell is forward, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Cloud away to the west is grim. That's what we've pretty much had in the early part of the day here. Away to the east, which is where the weather's coming from, it's thinner, still grey, but a little bit higher, and don't anticipate any interruptions imminently, but there is a suggestion that we might get rain late in the day. It's just a case of when it arrives, really. Here's Rushworth, 2 slips and a gully waiting. He's in, he bowls, and he beats Mitchell outside the off stump with one that probably nipped away and was taken by the keeper sharply.
It's a golf course near Seaham.
What, sharply?
Sharply golf course.
With an E?
Yeah, Sharply. I've never played there, actually. It's got lots of fishing lakes on it as well.
Good take by Pointer, that one. Bounced a bit. Rode with the ball. Good keeping. Rushworth once more. In to Mitchell, bowls. Mitchell forward. Pushes out on the offside. Groans and gasps as Eckersley comes in to do the fielding. But perfectly well played by Mitchell. It's not often you see an opening pair where one's got 61 when the other's only got 16, and these two generally score at a similar sort of rate, but it was Mitchell who just seemed to get the benefit last night as they got off to a flyer. Here's Rushworth from the Lumley end, bowls to Mitchell on his toes, and he tucks it round the corner for a single. He'll keep the strike, and that's the end of the over, and Mitchell goes on to 62, Worcestershire 79 without loss. So we've had 7 overs today, and they've got through them unscathed, although Libby was missed at mid-wicket by a diving Jack Burnham. Very good attempt to make the catch, but he couldn't hold on to it. That's the only massive scare. There's been a couple of shouts for LBW. We got underway at 12:45 here, and there are a nominal 79 overs in the day. We've had 7 of them, and Mark Wood is to continue from the Finkel end, generating a fair bit of pace on what we consider to be a slowish surface, and just a problem with somebody behind the bowler's arms. There's only one spectator.
He sat down now. I think he might be. I think he might be the coach driver, perhaps, for the Worcestershire team, because I've seen him around the ground the last few days.
One spectator in the ground, and he's behind the bowler's arm. Wouldn't you know it? Here's Wood.
Wood comes in from the Finkel end and bowls. It's a short one. Doesn't actually get up much though. Played off to point, no run there. Yeah, he's just having to wander around, doesn't he? Straight into the line of the batsman.
Jake Libby was on 8 when he was dropped last night.
8
First occasion. John Curtis, you can't keep him out of the action. He's not even here. He knows things we don't. Well, he knows a lot of things we don't. Not all about cricket. Mainly about football.
Is he a Villa fan, John? I'm trying to remember who he's
supporting. John covers all the Midlands teams.
Yeah. Wood bowls. This is played off towards the point and cover area. No run there. Collected by Rain. Who would... I mean, you've obviously got Worcester City non-league, haven't you? But where would people normally gravitate towards from there? Would it be West Brom?
Yeah, it's hard to say in Worcester. There's a lot of Wolves fans in Worcester. West Brom, Villa. Where I live, in the Vale of Evesham, for some reason Villa seems to be the most popular team. Although definitely a few Baggies fans around in my area as well.
Wood to Mitchell. It's up in the air and it lands just between the keeper who's running round and mid wicket square leg, and it's hurt his hand.
Yeah, he's taking his right glove off.
Nasty. It's a stinger.
Talking of Villa fans, Daryl Mitchell, he's a massive Villa fan. He's very, very keen, and he comes from the Vale of Evesham, so that
isn't Villa's training ground to the south of the city anyway, is it?
No, it's to the north. It's in Bodymore Heath in Sutton Coldfield, near the Belfry.
Yeah. That's near where my brother-in-law lives. Mitchell's going to have some attention here. The physio's running on. We can't see any of the physio's face because he's got a big woolly hat on and a mask and a hood.
And we're going to have a short leg as well, I think. I've just seen Ned Eckersley signalling to the dressing room for a helmet to come out.
Now this might not be good news for Worcestershire, because if Mitchell's really hurt his hand here and has to go off.
Yeah, that really hurt. It's funny, isn't it? I was saying yesterday, do you remember when we were talking about batting gloves, and I said about the bottom hand, those first 2 fingers on the right hand getting pinned against the handle, and that's what happened there. But Daryl Mitchell will have been here before. He's gutsed it out on many an occasion, and I'm sure it would take something pretty serious to make him go off. Obviously, if he's got a fracture or something like that, then he's not going to be able to carry on. But he's looking ruefully at it, just bending that finger, shaking that hand. He'll have had a bit of spray on it. You can't really put that cold spray on fingertips. If it's in the middle of the knuckle, probably get away with it. But you're not missing any action, because we've got a pause in play here with Daryl Mitchell having got a nasty blow from Mark Wood.
Some children on scooters in the car park at the far end.
Yeah, physios. Well, 2 of them out there having a look at this.
It's a bit where they grab hold of it and you...
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible, as they say. Really, really painful.
Paul's been on.
That ball's hit that glove at about 85, 88 miles an hour. Yeah. That hurts.
I've mentioned this in commentary before, but in a white ball game here about 4 or 5 years ago, Wood bowling to Bresnan in a game against Yorkshire bounced him. Bresnan went up onto his toes and fended the ball off one-handed with his obviously left-hand top hand. The ball hit the bat that hard, it ripped the bat out of his hand, and when the bat landed on the floor, his glove was still attached to it. So,
I'd suggest that glove might have been a bit too big, but yeah, that's amazing. Anyway, he's going to carry on, Mitchell. I think
Cameron Bancroft on 12.
rest of this over will be quite a test, won't it? These next 3 balls just probably have a little bit of a kind, you know, that little sort of unsettled feeling you get in your tummy as well when you suffer a painful blow like that, and just need to get over that. Tough time.
Burnham's gone in as a short leg. They've got a square leg in as well. Lees is at mid-on. Rain's gone round a sort of wideish mid-off. Wood comes in, 2 slips in place. Mitchell on strike. It's up in the air, and he's gone! He's got him! And he's just played it straight into the hands of Burnham. The plan has worked, and that is the end of Daryl Mitchell, and he departs for 62. Worcestershire 79 for 1. And what a moment this could be in the bigger scheme of things in this match. You've got to feel sorry for him as well, because he was batting nicely. A blow to the hand. It's obviously hurt. He's taking his glove off again now as he's walking off. And it's just been undone. And the tactics have worked from a Durham point of view.
Yeah. Really do feel for him, because he was playing extremely well. Hadn't looked in any trouble really this morning. It was Libby who looked a little less certain, but Mark Wood hitting him on the hand and causing quite a long delay, and then with the very next ball having brought a short leg in, targeting the body again, and Mitchell getting in a bit of a tangle and just popping a catch up on the leg side to Burnham. So big breakthrough for Mark Wood in the 22nd over of the innings, and Daryl Mitchell has gone for 62. He faced 72 balls and he hit 8 fours. Played very well, but unsettled, I'm sure, by that very painful blow on the right hand, and just, well, a good bit of work from Mark Wood, absolutely no question about it. And the celebrations of the Durham fielders there, I think, indicated not just that, you know, they've waited for this breakthrough, but indicated just how significant they feel removing Mitchell is. He is the, well, he and Libby are the 2 sort of batsmen that you feel hold things together. Anyway, Tom Fell's the new man. He played pretty well in the first innings. Made 44.
The pollen level's a bit high. I've taken my tablet today, so
Fell made 44 in the first innings. Anyway,
here's Wood
on strike now.
3 slips in now for him, and that's turned off towards Rushworth at long leg for 1. And that will bring Libby on to strike to face 1 ball at the end of this 22nd over. BBC Radio Newcastle with you. BBC Hereford and Worcester. The big wheel is turning and looks very obvious against steely grey skies now in the park across the way. And hovering right above us is a buzzard, right above the ground. Looks rather majestic. It's riding the thermals. Last ball of the over. Wood turns. Maybe bouncing up and down as his crease as he waits for this delivery. He comes forward and fends it off into the floor. That is the end of the over. Don't normally see buzzards.
80 for 1. No, I was going to say there was a time. I mean, it's not that long ago. 30 years ago, you'd have had to go to the southwest, Devon and Cornwall, or to South Wales to see a buzzard. Now they're everywhere. Around where I live, they're almost becoming a nuisance. They're so abundant.
And the red kites have seen a massive revival as well.
And again, you know, we spoke about Wormsley the other day. The first time I went there, we saw red kites, and you're in that M4 corridor, and everybody said, "Oh, red kites!" I now see that. I've seen 1 or 2 even over my house. Certainly, if I climb Breeden Hill, which is a few miles from where I live, I see them all the time now. But buzzards, they're so abundant. Just see them sitting on fence posts when I'm walking my dog all the time now. They are prolific species. 80 for 1, Chris Rushworth, prolific seam bowler, still looking for that wicket which will take him past Graham Onions to the top of the first class Durham bowling charts. But the man who has been successful this morning is Mark Wood. Anyway, here's Rushworth from the Lumley end, bowls to Fell. He is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Daryl Mitchell then, third 50 of the season, 62. He was dismissed for 72 balls, 8 fours, caught at short leg by Jack Burnham off Mark Wood, having been painfully hit on the right hand the ball before and had to receive lengthy treatment from the physio. Just popping that one up to short leg. Good bowling from Wood, good pace. Here's Rushworth, bowls and fell his forward, pushing out on the onside, not quite certainly, but safely enough. Sometimes if you face somebody, I mean, I'm sure loads of people watching the stream and listening will know all these things, but it's just when somebody's as quick as Wood, the batsman just doesn't quite get his feet right and gets kind of squared up, as Mitchell did there. Rushworth in, bowls and beats fell outside the off stump. I think he played at that one. Just pulled his bat across, but I think he played at it. I might just have a look at the replay and see if I can decide. Yeah, he did play at it. But going back to Mitchell, you know, sometimes you just get your feet wrong, get a little bit squared up, you become quite a big target, and the ball from Wood is so quick, it's on him so quickly, he just can't quite get himself sorted out, and it's an almost involuntary shot which sees the ball lob up to short leg. That's exactly what happened. Here's Rushworth, dark grey skies behind him as he bowls to Fell, who clips very nicely, beautifully timed, but straight to the fielder Alex Lees at mid-on. He doesn't get a single. Quite a spectacularly dark sky to the west and the north, but
that's your welder's flannel right there.
Absolutely. But away to the east, although it's filled in again, it's not as threatening, is it?
Paul's just got home after leading 2 morning prayer and worship services and is now listening to the match. Might need to do a prayer for Durham today, Paul, if you're after some divine intervention.
Here's Chris Rushworth bowling to Tom Fell. He bowls and Fell is forward, pushes up to mid-off, and Ben Rain is the fielder there, and there's no run.
Raymond says what a snorter of a delivery to get Mitchell.
You know, I spent 5 minutes describing it and I could have just said that, couldn't I? Snorter. That's exactly what it was. Absolutely.
Adrian's pointing out this is the only professional cricket being played in England today at Chester Street. It has been dry in Bristol for the last 3 days. But,
is that right? It's the only game being played. Here's Rushworth in. Bowls and he beats Fell again outside the off. So good bowling from Rushworth. Looks frustrated at the end of that over. I'm not surprised. Maiden over. 9 overs, 1 maiden. No wickets for 34. 79 overs in the day for Worcestershire to try and survive. They've lost 1 man this morning, Daryl Mitchell, who was caught at short leg by Jack Burnham off bowling of the rapid Mark Wood for 62. We've had 9 of those 79 overs. Worcestershire have 70 more overs to survive, and Mark Wood is well, he's got his tail up.
Here he comes, bowling to Libby. Still has that short leg in place. That's gone down the leg side for 4 leg byes. Races away. Have I misread Adrian's only professional cricket in England being played at Chester Street? Well, according to the scorecards, there are matches going on. It is lunch at Essex.
Ah, that might be
where Derbyshire trailed by 102 at 164 for 3 in their second innings.
That might be what he's getting at. Everybody
but
else
it looks like
Kent
are playing at Hove though. They're 237 for 3. They lead by 126 in their second innings.
Thought it might have been a trick tweet or
raining
a trick message.
in Wales again. And Hampshire got on last night and won by 7 wickets, chasing down their target of 66 against Middlesex. Sun is out all of a sudden here, and nearly a tickle. He certainly wafted at that one.
I was just going to say, you can tell how quickly Wood's bowling by the fact that that ball that went flicked Libby's pad raced away, didn't it, to the fine leg boundary. It wasn't just dribbling away down there. It absolutely raced away. He's generating a real head of steam here, Mark Wood. Real handful.
This is his 9th over, 1 for 29 so far, just the 1 maiden. So we've got this scene now in front of us where the players are bright in their whites, the sun is shining, and just above them, black sky. Wood bowls. It's a short one, and he's fallen over as he's delivered it. Libby pulls his bat out of the way. Harold Larwood was 5'8", says Brian. Talking about the height of bowlers.
Well, I'm of the school of thought that people are running quicker, jumping further, throwing further, etc. than they've ever done as people develop physically and general health improves and so on. So we've got to assume that people are bowling more quickly than they used to. We'll start with that.
Wood comes in and bowls. Turn 2 short leg along the floor though. Lees comes in and he doesn't pick it up, he's missed it. He stopped it with his hand but then didn't actually have it in his hand as he stood up.
And yet some people whose judgment I trust, who've seen people bowl very quickly in the past, say that, is anybody now quicker than Michael Holding, than Colin Croft, etc.? I don't know. And one man whose judgment I trusted a great deal, who I didn't feel was somebody who dwelt in the past, is sadly no longer with us. There's a good chap called Martin Horton who played for Worcestershire in the 50s and 60s and then went on to be the national coach of New Zealand. And Martin said to me that he didn't think to when he died, which was 7 or 8 years ago, that he'd ever seen anybody quicker than Frank Tyson.
Wood into fell. It's left outside the off stump.
And this was somebody who'd coached some top players, worked with test players in New Zealand, and worked with some very, very seriously quick bowlers, and not somebody who I say was always harking back to the old days, but he just said, having faced him and watched him, and I think fielded as well in the slips to Tyson, he thought nobody had ever been quicker. Interesting perspective. I'll leave you with that as I go to do my update.
Wood to Fell, who is on 1. That's well wide of off stump. He doesn't have to offer a shot there. That is the end of the over. 85 for 1 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Dave McCall says, "I'm not sure I can ever remember an umpire wearing gloves before. Maybe things like that are picked up easier on TV than when you're at the ground. Don't blame them though. It's still more like March than May. It's more like January than May, to be honest with you. Still seeing players in thick winter coats and bobble hats on May the 16th. The gloves have been worn by umpires for years. I remember Neil Mallander, game against Somerset here at the start of the season in 2016. The temperature never got above 3 the entire match, and the players were told they weren't allowed to wear gloves, but the umpires were. Ben Rain has replaced Chris Rushworth, so his wait for that elusive wicket continues. And Rain looking to try and have a dart at Libby from the Lumley end. Play will go up until 3:15, and then they'll have tea, and then the last hour will be signalled around about 5 o'clock. It's gone down the leg side. Nothing in the way of an appeal at all from the bowler. A little shriek from the slip cordon. Nothing doing. Leicester City won the FA Cup last night. They beat Chelsea 1-0 at about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, whatever the traditional kick-off is. And on this day, 6 years ago, they came to Sunderland, to the Stadium of Light, and had to win to stay up. And then the following season, first day of the season, or very early in the season, they beat Sunderland 4-0 down in Leicester and won the title. So Sunderland have had a hand in all of their success in recent years. Didn't play them in the Cup this year, though. In comes Rain, bowls. That's left alone by Libby outside the off stump. David Moody says, on the day in which Leeds United blew the FA Cup final in 1973, the film on BBC Two was called She Wore a Yellow Ribbon. Every Newcastle supporter of a certain age watched that film. I don't believe you, David. I bet they were all watching the football. And he also says cup final memories was something we talked about yesterday, actually. He said, for me it was the interviews on both team coaches on the way to Wembley with the overhead shot from the helicopter. But how did Bob Wilson manage to do interviews on both team coaches at the same time? Rain comes in. Right arm over to Libby. That stays low. Libby plays it with the very toe of the bat out towards the point area. Bernard's obviously just been listening to our news bulletin, because I heard this as well. He says 5 Newcastle bars are opening at midnight tonight for inside drinking. He says, I can't believe this. He believes it's madness. I think this is what happened a few weeks ago when outside drinking was allowed for the first time and a number of pubs opened at midnight. Rain in. This is flicked away off through deep mid-wicket by Libby, and it's gone away for 4. Initially I thought it was just going to come to rest out in the Another reaches of the ground and probably get him 2 runs, but it gathered momentum as it went across the square. Cameron Bancroft's about to come on as a 12th man for Durham. As the rain comes into ball, left alone outside the off stump. Chris Rushworth's had his spell, so whether it's to allow him to go off and change his boots or maybe Mark Wood. Bryden Carse is warming up at 3rd slip. Rushworth just giving the ball a drive for Ben Rain. Worcestershire 89 for 1. They've gone about out the day. They had 79 overs left in the day when we began at 1:15. Durham need 9 more wickets to win. Rain comes in and bowls. Libby defends on off stump. And that is the end of the over. I think Matt Salisbury's doing some of the 12th man duties as well today for Durham. Carse is going to come into the attack. Bowled last night briefly, so he replaces Wood. Wood 1 for 30 from 9 overs, 1 maiden. Rain none for 7 from 4 overs, 2 of them maidens, and Carse bowled 3 last night, none for 13. And so far in this innings, Chris Rushworth not yet taken a wicket. He's none for 34 from 9 overs with a maiden. And the camera tracks a rather straggly haired Cameron Bancroft with his hands in his pockets at point at the moment. He will play for Durham seconds starting tomorrow at Kibworth in Leicestershire. As Carse comes in first. Oh, worth a shout! Worth a shout, plum. Absolutely plum. What a jaffer. He went back into his crease, fell, and he's gone. And it stayed low and nailed him. Oh. Yeah, I think it's hit both pads actually.
I thought that was going down the leg side, I'm afraid. I didn't think that was a good decision at all, but...
well, he went back into his crease, which didn't help him, unfortunately, but it stayed low. There's been quite a few not given by these umpires, so...
yeah, that I thought that moved sharply and was going down the leg side, but... and Tom Fell, I think, was pretty disappointed as well. He stood in disbelief when he saw that finger go up. Anyway, he's gone. He's in the book. He's LBW to Carse. First ball of Bryden Carse's new spell, and that's 89 for 2, and a real blow that one for Worcestershire. New batsman coming out is Jack Haynes. Testing time for the young man. He comes out to face Bryden Carse. Mitchell caught Burnham bowled Wood for 62, fell LBW to Carse for 1, and Worcestershire have lost their 2nd wicket. Total's 89, that's insignificant. Fact is they've got 67 more overs in the day to bat, and to tall order. Weather might intervene again. You can't think like that. I suppose as a batsman you just got to get out there and get stuck in and pick off those small targets, 10 overs, 5 overs at a time, something like that, just to keep yourself going. But a test for the youngster Jack Haynes now, as Bryden Carse is about to continue from the Finkel end.
Haynes then, it's bowled and guided off down towards 3rd man. He was run out when he looked set for a century in his previous game.
Yeah, desperately unlucky. Desperately unlucky.
Backing up as well, wasn't he? Or something like that?
Yeah, backing up, and it hit the bowler's fingertips, and it was an inch. I mean, it was a fantastic decision.
Paul says cracking ball, I reckon. As Tom Fell is LBW. As soon as it hit his pads, I just thought he's a goner. I would have been more surprised not to see the finger of doom than to see it as Carse bowls again. It's pushed out towards the cover area and taken by Lees. He's got real pace as well, Bryden Carson.
Yeah, I just thought, I just think, honestly, I've looked at it 2 or 3 times, I think it's missing leg. I think it's done too much, and I'm no doubt it did the batsman all ends up, and it kept a bit low and everything else, but if it ain't hitting the tack, it's not out. I think he's been unlucky there, Felt. But it happens.
3-3-3 needed, is it? Yeah. 3-3-3. Carson again, bowls. Oh, and a play and a miss there from Libby. I thought there might have been a tickle, to be honest, the way he was wafting at that one. They've lost 2 wickets for 10 runs there in the space of about 3 overs. 3.1 overs, something like that.
We could get a good debate going if people start getting in touch now, having watched the replay. I bet you all the people that tweet from Worcestershire will say they thought it was missing leg, and all the people from Durham will say they thought it was hitting.
Plum. Yeah. In comes Cars again. Oh, I heard a noise there, but that was the ball, I think, hitting the ground, or the bat hitting the ground. There was certainly a click. On through to the keeper.
If you do want to get in touch, I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and Martin is at Marty Cricket. And always happy to hear from you, and always happy to hear people's views. Adrian Thomas has been in touch. He says the quickest bowlers ever were Shoaib Akhtar, Jeff Thompson and Frank Tyson. I've been told the quickest West Indian was Patrick Patterson. Wouldn't disagree with any of that.
Well, Shoaib Akhtar played here, and I interviewed him once about supposedly clocking 100 miles an hour as this is defended on the back foot. There was a World Cup, wasn't there, and there was all the talk at this World Cup about how they were going to use speed guns, and so, you know, he supposedly became the first player clocked at 100 miles an hour, but there was a lot of suggestions back in the day from those who were covering that World Cup that it was all a bit of a PR exercise. He was quick though. Yeah. I remember him and Neil Killeen in a one-day game against Derbyshire. They were and seeing it with a white ball. I think Derbyshire was something like 36 for 8 at one point, and eventually all out for around about 80. But I was just really stunned by how quick he was.
Yeah, he was quick. And once you get up to that sort of pace, I mean, I've been unfortunate enough to face a few that were up there, and one mile or two either way probably. Well, it probably does make the difference, but it's quick, and that's all there is to it. Bradley Robson's tweeted me and you, I think. And he says, cracking delivery but going down leg in my eyes, and I'm a Durham fan. However, as I'll break off as Ben Rain bowls this one to Haynes, who plays out in the offside. However, he says, about time we got some luck. Well, fair enough. I'm not arguing, I'm not complaining.
Raymond
It's cricket.
Says, umpires call on review clipping leg, he reckons.
It's cricket. Oh. It's cricket, I think. But there you go. He's gone, hasn't he? He's out. That's all there is to it. Anyway, Ben Rain is bowling now from the Lumley end, and he's bowling to Jack Haynes, who is on 1. And he comes in now and bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump. 90 for 2. Worcestershire the men out. Mitchell 62 and Fell 1.
I tell you what's done for him there. He's gone back into the crease, and the ball hits his front pad before then hitting his back pad. And his back pad, I think, is in line with the stumps.
Well, here's a different one. This is from Worcester. I'm watching live on YouTube, and it was a disgraceful decision. It wouldn't have hit another set. You expect bad decisions with league umpires, but not professional
Certainly
ones.
Wasn't a disgraceful
And now another one, which is of Durham fan. It says, it was clearly missing and doon leg bonny lad.
No way, there you go.
Here we go. Here's Ben Rain. He's in. He lows outside off stump to Haynes. And that's left alone and through to the keeper. So
I've just watched it again, and I still think it was out. So
yeah, well, don't take up umpiring, Marty, is what I would say. 90 for 2. And Adrian Thomas been in touch. The fastest he ever faced was Vibert Green of Barbados, and Bill Atty said he was only a medium pacer. There you go.
I've just frozen it where it hits his pad. It looks like it might be starting to go down the leg side, but it hits very low down on the front pad around the back of the pad, and then hits the back pad, and I think that's out.
Ben Rain, it is out.
Yeah.
It was out. Haynes tucks this one off his pads down to long leg. He comes back for 2. Good running by Jack Haynes. And
anyway,
he goes on to 3.
As Mrs. Merton once said, I'm sure it's a debate that will run and run.
Exactly. Let's have a heated debate. 92 for 2. Vibert Green, I do remember him, but yeah, I can imagine he was called a medium pace and he seemed really quick. That's a bit daunting. Fastest I ever paced was a South African called Hugh Page, who played in the Rebel era in South Africa, came over and played in the Birmingham League. Ben Rain bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Haynes.
For me it would have been Simon Brown.
Simon Brown, another one that I faced that was really quick at one time that people will know from around this part of the world, although he made his name in
Norman.
In Warwickshire, was Paul Smith, P.A. Smith, with the long hair and the glasses and the drag. He had a big drag through the crease like an old-fashioned crick, and he, on his day, couldn't half get it through. Here's Ben Rain bowling from the Lumley end. Moves in towards us now, bowls much more of a medium pacer. Rain, but a good one, nips it around. This one outside off stump, left alone by Haynes. 92 for 2 Worcestershire at the end of that over. Leaden skies on two sides of the ground, certainly, as we look north and west. Heavy grey cloud. Yeah. But play getting underway here at 12:45, and the weather coming from the east, where the sky does look a little bit brighter. And so far, Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets and they have 66 overs left to survive in the day.
Cast coming in then to bowl to Libby. That's gone off down towards third man for 1. Matthew Carrick's emailed. He says, "Afternoon, Marty and co. Fantastic commentary as always. Having returned from university for a weekend, I was fortunate to play a third 11 game for Gateshead against Washington and discovered a certain Ash Thorpe playing against us. I would like to thank Ash for respecting my newly acquired left arm spin." I think Ash has been playing in the thirds for Washington so he can play with his son Michael. I think that's part of the plan.
Oh, lovely.
Still chairman of selectors as well.
Play where he likes then.
Yeah. Just pushed off to cover this time by Haynes.
Dormston Cook's been in touch again. He says Alex Wiley, when fit, was lightning quick. He was, absolutely. He wasn't fit very often. Alex Wiley is a bowler that Worcestershire had in the 80s. I think he was from Bromsgrove. From farming stock, I think. And he was absolutely lightning, but had severe back injuries and wasn't able to really make a career of it. I think he got 1 first-class wicket. It was Bruce French at Trent Bridge, and he was out hit wicket because he bowled so quickly. He fell back on his stumps.
Defended this time. The clay, the soil around there is a really heavy, rich colour, isn't it? And you're coming into Blackwell Village at the back of Bromsgrove, and there's the hillside up towards the side of the Licky Hills, and see the farmer ploughing his field up there sometimes, and the stripes going up and down there. Then you've got that really rusty coloured soil just to the north up around Lichfield, haven't you?
That's right. Well, if he got more than 1 wicket, Alex, if you did, forgive me, but that's what I recall.
In comes Cars. It's a late leave, and the ball takes the keeper by surprise and bounces out of his gloves slightly before finding its way to the slips.
We've got a neutral view here.
All right,
okay. Ian Rumbold, he says, from Derbyshire. If cricket had VAR for County Championship, Tom Fell would still be in. Well, that's good to get a neutral view, but I dread the idea of VARing. I mean, DRS would take ages, wouldn't it? No. I think we've got to accept it. Umpires, I mean, you know, maybe it was out. Maybe it was out.
Look,
he's the man. He's got the best view, hasn't he? Let's not argue about it.
Of course he has. In comes the bowler, and that's defended. It goes up towards mid-on. I scrolled the thing back and forth as the ball is hitting his pads, like you see on the TV. It hits the front pad, then the back pad, and there's a crow fighting a seagull now on the far side of the ground. That got quite nasty for a moment or two there. A bit of a dog fight going on. It hits his front pad round the back of the pad, and then the back pad. So it's hit both pads, not just the one. And unfortunately for Mr. Fell, he's now back in the conservatory, the pavilion. Cast bowls. It's gone off to square leg this time. From Haynes bat, no run. End of the over. the goals are so obvious because they're so bright and the sun's shining behind us, and it's catching them, and they're being silhouetted against a really steely dark sky.
It is. It's an unusual vista as we look at it today with these clouds. So I mean, we've all seen it, but they're not moving much either. Very, very dark grey clouds, but the light here is fine. And away to the east, where the weather's coming from, it looks reasonably good. So Worcestershire can't look for much solace in that direction at the moment. They've just got to get stuck in and apply themselves. That's what Jake Libby's trying to do now as he faces Ben Rain, who's in from the Lumley end, and Libby goes back and pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. 93 for 2. But thanks for those tweets. I'm at Frank Watson 58. Marty's at Marty Cricket, and it's good to get different views. The thing is, it's all about opinions, isn't it? It's like football. You get a VAR decision and one team goes mad about it because they've been hard done to, and the other one celebrates, and then the next week the same sort of decision goes the other way and they all turn around, and that's just the way we are with sport. Bright sunshine now as Ben Rain is in and bowls, and Libby pushes into the covers, and again there is no run as Alex Lees comes in to do the fielding.
I listened back through the commentary yesterday as Jack Burnham got his 100. I was sitting watching it with my daughters last night, and I thought the tone of it really fitted the moment, the emotion and everything that's gone on in recent years. And I got a tweet last night of somebody accusing me of being negative, and you're just thinking, I just can't see how people arrive at these conclusions at times.
Anyway, we do our best. Ben Rain in to bowl to Libby, who drives nicely up to mid-on, and fielder there is, can't see who it is.
It's a quite interesting notion sometimes with social media, isn't it? I mean, the block button's obviously there, but the idea that you could perhaps walk into somebody's office and tell them what you think about them doing their work in their place of work.
Yeah.
Paul Wilson's email, he says, greetings from a wet Costerdale Hartlepool. Good start by the bowlers, but I feel Worcestershire's 12th man, the weather, will more than likely have a hand in the outcome.
Yeah. Here comes Ben Rain, and he bowls to Libby, who punches this off the back foot, and it's fielded by Leeson. The cover's no run. The only thing I'd say in defence is that I suppose if with your analogy of somebody walking in telling you what they think, if we invite people to contact us on Twitter, we're kind of inviting them to express their opinion.
I hadn't invited that opinion at 10 o'clock last night. No, definitely not.
But we do invite people to contact us on Twitter. It's just, we've just got to have a thick skin sometimes, I suppose. 93 for 2 here, and Jake Libby on 22 off 78 balls is on strike. Ben Rain is coming in to bowl to him, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, just drifts into the pads on this occasion, and he's tucked away behind square for a single. Bryden Carse is the fielder coming in from long leg, and Haynes now is on strike, having made 3. Good chapter in the education of a young batsman, Jack Haynes here, who, as you say, nearly got his first class 100 at Edgbaston a week ago today, desperately unlucky, and now in a completely different situation, still learning his trade and facing experienced bowlers on a helpful track. He's got to really get stuck in, and he gets a run here. He might get 2, in fact, as he times this very nicely through mid-wicket, and he might even get 3. He does, because he comes back. Good bit of running as fielder chases that back from mid-on. So good running from Jack Haynes, keeps the strike, and he's on 6 now. Libby has 23, and Worcestershire 97 for 2, 64 overs left in the day.
Tea will be taken at 3:15, and the final hour will be signalled at 5. Paul says there's a lot of hefty showers around, and if I don't get the chance later, I'd like to say a massive thanks for the commentary, and have a safe journey back down south, Frank.
Thank you very much. Who was that?
Paul Wilson from Hartlepool.
Thank you very much. I'll take it steady, whatever that time, I think. Thank you very much.
Carse from the Finkel end bowls, turned sharply past short leg for 4 by the looks of things, out through mid-wicket. It's going to reach the ropes just ahead of the pursuing Cameron Bancroft. He's got 66 on his back and is on his it's Ned Eckersley, He's got long hair as well. Ned Eckersley, he's got 66 on his back because that's his number. The name Eckersley should be a clue as well. Paul Sadler's been on, he says, a lifelong Notts fan here, loving the commentary and wondering what chances do you think Notts have of winning the 2020 again this year? Probably lots of chance. Carson, defended. Has gone off towards point. He says, how do you rate Worcestershire and Durham's chances? I'm not sure if he means in the T20 or generally. That's from Paul in Hucknall in Nottinghamshire.
Well, that's an interesting one. On paper, you look at Notts, you fancy them for everything, I think. Such a strong squad.
Some of the parts just hasn't added up, has it?
But if you throw in the potency of some of their one-day specialists, they look a really good bet for T20.
Casts, bowls, and it's dug out, played to Young in the cover area.
As for Worcestershire, in the white ball game, not so good last year, to be fair, after the previous two campaigns where they'd won one and lost in the final in finals day the previous 2 years. Last year the white ball cricket perhaps not so good, but they'd have sat down and had a good think about it, I'm sure, over the winter.
Here comes Cars. Oh, good ball through the keeper. It goes. A play and a miss. Well, somebody who we're not really seen much of yet this year, Paul Coghlan, of course, was with Notts briefly. Had a hard time there with injuries, but he'll be part of Durham's armoury in the white ball stuff. Durham have only made 2 2020 finals days. They got to the final in 2016 and lost in the rain to Northants. Only had about 15 minutes between winning their semi and starting the final. I think Paul Collingwood never even had the chance to get a team sheet in. Cast bowls, that's through to the keeper. Short one, and in 2007 they were well beaten, quite easily beaten by Middlesex. So they tried spending money on T20 in the mid to late noughties. Didn't really get them anywhere. The side that got to the final in 2016 they were a good set of lads who knew what their strengths and weaknesses were and just how to gel together. And I mean, Northamptonshire showed that equally, and in fact that they won it again. Just kind enough down towards third man for 1 by Haynes. David Moody says that ball that did for fell wasn't hitting another set. The umpire gave it on the bad shot, but he thinks it was missing leg. But that said, as a Durham supporter, on your way, so.
And Dormston Cook's been in touch again. He's talking about quick bowlers, and we were talking, and this is somebody that I mentioned in a conversation this morning with Bruce Story, who's the stadium sort of health and safety officer, who's in a box along from us, and he's an ex-cricketer. We were talking about this chap this morning, Ricky Elcock, who played for Worcestershire and briefly for Middlesex, now an airline pilot. And I'll just break off as Ben Rain bowls to Haynes. Ricky Elcock was one of the quickest bowlers around in the 80s. Had to qualify as an overseas for Worcestershire for a long time, having come from Barbados and gone to Malvern College. I played against Ricky many times in league cricket. He played for Worcester City and West Bromwich Dartmouth, I think, in the Birmingham League, and only ever got me out once. I was able to resist him. It was a bit of a standing joke between the two of us. He hit me a few times and I ducked out of the way a few times. I'll just break off as Ben Rain comes in again and bowls to Haynes, who plays back to the bowler, no run. He only ever got me out once. It was the second ball of the game and the stump went back as far as the wicket keeper. So I had to admit on that occasion he'd done me. But he used to come and sit in my commentary box in the old cricket school days at New Road and identify every plane that flew over. He was obsessed with planes, so it was no surprise when his career was ended by injury that he became an airline pilot. He's with American Airlines, I believe, now. I last saw him at New Road at Damien D'Oliveira's memorial service. Here's Ben Rain in, bowls to Haynes, who edges this along the ground. Ned Eckersley dives to his right at third slip, gets a hand on it, and almost a bit of confusion as Haynes turned, and Libby thought he wanted a second as it was chased back by Borthwick to short third man, and he made a sliding stop. They got a single, and Haynes moves on to 12. It was all along the ground, but it was genuine edge, suggestion of a little bit of movement on that occasion from Ben Rain. 103 for 2. But yeah, you're right, Dornston. Ricky was very, very sharp. He wasn't the tallest either. In comes Rain again. Bowls, and he is dropped at first slip. Libby dropped
there from Bellingham.
Libby dropped for the 3rd time in his innings. He was dropped on 8, he was dropped on 16, and now he's been dropped on 23 at first slip by Bellingham. It was low. It's one of the things Alan Richardson was saying to me last night. The slips didn't really know where to stand in terms of depth, and everything that's gone there, pretty much everything that's gone there, has been low, and that was edged and went low to Bellingham. You'd still expect him to take it, but he juggled it, he fell back, he had another go, and it hit the grass. Rain outside the off stump. This one left alone by Libby and taken
by Stewie
Pointer. I don't think it's about run, it's about how long he stays out there, isn't it? Will he bat for another hour perhaps? I don't know. Ben Rain turns again. Wind breeze stiffening up a little bit from the east as Rain comes in. Bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing into the covers, and there's no run. End of an unsuccessful over for Ben Rain, but nonetheless one in which he was very unlucky because found the edge and the chance put down at first slip. 103 for 2. Haynes 12, Libby 23, and Worcestershire continuing to live dangerously. Another 62 overs left in the day.
He had that in his hand 3 times there. Got it once, it slipped out, got it again, slipped out, got it the 3rd time, then it fell on the floor. Carse in brilliant sunshine, coming in here now to bowl. It's played off the back foot by Haynes nicely. It's away for 4, flying away for 4 through the covers. Cameron Bancroft back in his woolly hat and coat, fields that from beyond the boundary rope. The weather's drifting in from a southeasterly direction, so banks of cloud coming up the North Sea and swooping in across us, coming from behind our right shoulder across towards the left and the northwest in front of us. It is black to the north, but not too bad here. Carse in, and that's played to Young in the covers. No run there. Carse turns and bowls, and that's defended right on the length. 2 o'clock. Craig's gone off to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Roger Gibbons says perhaps the ECB should consider investing some of the millions they're going to make from the 100 in DRS in the county game, but the only problem would be a further slowing down of over rates. Over 8 is not on the board at the moment that I can see. I get my binoculars, I might be able to see it through the scaffolding of the stand to our right as Carse bowls, and stopped by the diving Young in the covers. It might be it's -3, I think. So in theory you get docked for every over down that you are points at the end of the match, but it's rarely seen. They were at -4 at one point. Carse comes in and bowls, and that's hammered past point, and that's away for 4. That's a really nice shot from Haynes. It's a half volley outside of off stump, rising really more than a half volley. It's a little bit short, and he clips it nicely away for 4. 111 for 2. Haynes on to 20 from 27. Libby has 23 from 82, I think it is. He's been dropped 3 times now. Although the one from Burnham, he got dropped by Borthwick last night on 8, but the Burnham one today, I'm amazed Burnham got anywhere near it, to be honest with you, because it was going like a shell and it was quite high. So I think in fairness Burnham stopped a 4 rather than dropped a catch. It would have been Superman-esque if he'd held on to it. Bit of a breeze getting up as well now. See wind rippling the whites of the players as Cast comes in from the Finkel end. And that's right on the money and is defended. That is the end of the over. Mervyn Hardy says, back in the minor counties days, both Stuart Young and Stuart Wilkinson were very quick. Thanks again for your interesting commentary. Did Stuart Young play for Sunderland? I'm trying to remember. Was Wilkinson Chesley Street? Or have I got them both wrong? Subtle Knife says, reviews don't count towards over rates. Stoppages are deducted first and then the rate is calculated later. Rain from the Lumley end, bowling to Libby on off stump. It's played back to him. Rain to Libby, that's left outside the off stump. There'll be an inspection in Cardiff at 3. And oh, by the way, the Somerset match they abandoned first thing this morning, so I think they've only had something like 68 overs in the entire game between Somerset and Surrey and Taunton. So too much overnight rain. There's been flood warnings in that area this week as well. Torrential rain on Wednesday and Thursday, I think it was there, so they abandoned first thing this morning. Rain to Libby. That's left alone outside the off stump.
So Jake Libby, 3 lives so far.
3 lives on a shirt.
Yeah, he'll be hoping he can make those 3 lives significant by hanging around out there. Scott Borthwick swinging his arms around at second slippers. Ben Rain moves in again to bowl to Libby, and that one is on off stump, and Libby just punches it up to mid on where it's fielded, and there is no run. Libby perfectly capable of batting for a long time, as we've seen on several occasions during his time with Worcestershire, not least this season, the first game of the season at Chelmsford when he was on the field for the whole match. He's faced 86 balls so far. He waits now as Ben Rain bowls to him and he drives out on the offside, but ball is fielded at cover by Will Young, and there's no addition to the score. We've had all sorts of opinions and ideas coming in since we invited people to say what they thought about the LBW decision that Tom Fell got, which I thought might have been going down the leg side. Martin thought was out. Various people have been contacting us. Opinion is split, I think it's fair to say. Ben Rain again in bright sunshine, bowls, and Libby edges this along the ground to third slip, where it's fielded by Eckersley. End of the over, no run. Dormston Cook says, do I remember Paul Humphreys? I do indeed. Played against him and with him, kept wicket to him. He was quick, you're right, he was. But we're talking a different quick from this sort of quick when we're talking about Mark Wood this morning. Paul Humphreys was a good, sharp, quick league bowler, but a few miles an hour behind the likes of Mark Wood, I think. and Ricky Elcock that we were talking about before, and one or two others that have been mentioned in this conversation. Anyway, we're about to see the best bowler in these conditions, in my opinion, in either side, and that's Chris Rushworth. He's coming into the attack, still seeking that extra wicket, that wicket that'll take him past Graham Onions as the all-time first-class top wicket taker for Durham, and he's coming into the attack at the Finkel end now. He's in and he bowls to Haynes, and Haynes has clipped this one nicely through square leg, and he'll pick up a couple of runs. In fact, he's coming back for 3. Good bit of fielding out there by Ben Rain, sliding round to flick the ball back in, and then Jack Burnham, who'd gone out after it, completes the throw. But 3 runs taken by Haynes, and he joins Libby on 23. Scored his runs off 29 balls. Libby has taken 88. Of course, Libby was in at the start of the innings. 114 for 2 now as Rushworth moves in to bowl to Libby, and he bowls short and wide outside the off stump, and that's a lovely shot from Jake Libby, just standing up on his toes and imperiously driving it off the back foot in front of square, punching it in front of square on the offside for 4. Lovely shot from Libby, a rare loose one that, to be fair, from Chris Rushworth, and Libby goes to 27. Rushworth so far wicketless in this innings. The 2 successful bowlers, Mark Wood, who roughed up Daryl Mitchell, really hit him with a nasty one on the right hand, and Mitchell received lengthy treatment before very next ball fending one off to short leg to be out for 62. Rushworth in, bowls to Libby again, pushes out on the offside off the back foot, there's no run, and then Tom Fell, LBW to Bryden Carter's first ball, sharp nip backer, and he was adjudged to be out by Steve O'Shaughnessy. As I said earlier, some debate amongst us up here in the box and various people who've been in touch as to whether or not he could consider himself a little bit unfortunate, but he was out for 1, and Worcestershire at that point were 89 for 2. They're now 118 for 2. Bright sunshine as in comes Rushworth, and this one is tucked away to mid-wicket by Jake Libby.
Had an email earlier from Mervyn Hardy saying Stuart Young, in the minor county days, Stuart Young and Stuart Wilkinson were both very quick. And my dad says Stuart Young got him first ball at Philadelphia, he was fast. Stuart Wilkinson was the bowler for Philly in the Grangetown Flores final at Ashbrook. When I hit him for 2 sixes over his head, he was a bit nippy as well.
In comes Chris Rushworth, and he bowls to Libby, who drives nicely off the back foot. Good diving stop in the covers, and no addition to the score. Yeah, there's been some, well, yeah, it's all on their day. Various people have been very quick. It's those that can do it week in, day out. Mark Wood's right up there at the moment, I think, with English fast bowlers, no question about that.
Doug Raines added something here. An observation by Jeff Boycott back in the day.
Chris Rushworth, he comes in, bowls, and pushed out on the offside by Libby. End of the over, 118 for 2. More importantly, 59 left in the day.
He says Wilkinson was the quickest bowler on the minor county circuit. That was endorsed by Jeff Boycott. Stewart played the majority of his cricket at Philadelphia, along with the best all-rounder in that time, which was, of course, Stevie Greensword, who we were talking about in commentary a week or 2 ago. Stevie Greensword, many years ago, playing against a teenage Don Topley for Suffolk, I think it was, or for Norfolk. Ben Rain coming in from the Lumley end to bowl, and that's bounced over Haynes and through to the keeper. Davy Fenwick says, do you think when the batsmen leave the ball and all the slips and the wicketkeeper give it a ooh, it's more to unsettle the batsman than actually the ball just missing the stumps? Generally it is, because a lot of the time they do it, the ball's nowhere near the stumps.
Yeah, general encouragement, isn't it, I suppose.
Yeah. It's quite bright out there now. I've just realised my sunglasses are in the car. I know we're looking through a window, but the glare can get a bit much at times. 3 slips in place here for Haynes, who is on 23. Rain from the Lumley end, and this is pushed up towards wide mid-on. Cut off by Wood, 1 run.
One from Barry Skinner, which I agree with. He's basically saying, telling us, putting us in our place. He says, regarding the LBW, he was definitely out. How do I know? The umpire put his finger up, and regardless of the argument, the umpire will always be right. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I definitely agree with that, and I'm sorry if I gave the impression I thought otherwise.
You did offer the rider that. He's now gone in the book as not being in the middle anymore, because he's been given out. Yeah. So you did. I'll defend you on that one, Brant.
Thank you. It won't be the first time that he's ever been a bit disgruntled, and it won't be the last.
Cookie's got in touch, my mate Paul Cookie's listening from a 44 degrees Saudi Arabia. As rain bowls. It's played off towards mid-wicket, late by Libby, playing across the line. He says, finally back on tomorrow after 11 weeks. He does wildlife surveys for a living. He's impressed that I spotted the singing of a blackbird. It's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid, Paul.
Spotted a buzzard as well.
But, oh yeah, buzzard as well, yeah. And the pied wagtails, they're always here, though.
I was to catch it the other night.
Yeah. Rain to Libby, the right-hander. He bowls, Libby up and plays that up to mid-on. There's, of course, the issue of a new ball, whether or not it'll make any difference whatsoever. They can get in after 80 overs, but they're not even at 40 overs yet. They're only coming towards the end of the 35th, so still a long way to go for that.
Could be crucial, though. You can envisage a scenario where it could be very important, couldn't you? Imagine Worcestershire 8 down or something like that, hanging on, and a new ball. All sorts of factors to consider.
Last ball of this 35th over. Rain to Libby, and Libby defends. And Libby is quite happy to defend. He's now defended his way to 27 from 97 balls, and Haynes at the other end, 24 from 31.
Dormston's been in touch again. She says 2 fast bowlers I love to watch at New Road. Hampshire's Malcolm Marshall and Derby's Mike Holding. Absolutely couldn't. I mean, 2 of the greatest. Absolutely 2 of the greatest. Quite a few players that I've spoken to have said that Marshall's the best, the absolute best, when it comes to ability to swing it, pace, just everything about him.
I mean, going down a peg or two, I never saw Norman Graham play for Kent, but what was he like? Was he? He's from this neck of the woods.
Big. Sorry, I mean, it's a vague recollection. Here's Rushworth, bowls outside the off stump, keeps a bit low, that one, scoots through, pointer can't grab it. 119 for 2. He's a huge man, wasn't he, Norman Graham, from what I remember, and I think, did he have a bit of a drag at the crease? I don't know, there'll be somebody listening who could tell us, but I think he was pretty sharp. I mean, history is littered with stories of the great quicks. Obviously, I started it all off with Tyson, but people before him, Larwood you mentioned, Lindwall, in comes Rushworth again outside the off stump, left alone by Haynes.
From the lead.
Yeah, still seeking that wicket that'll take him into the history books for Durham as the leading all-time first-class wicket taker. 119 for 2 Worcestershire, but probably the key figure on the board is overs remaining in the day. 2 things I keep looking at: how many overs left in the day and what the weather's like out to the east. So Rushworth is in, left alone again by Haynes, taken by the keeper, and the answer is 57 overs and quite bright at the moment. And to be fair, I didn't turn up here this morning gleefully doing a rain dance, because I think, as I said in my little preview that I put on Twitter before play, Durham have played really well in this game, and if they If Worcestershire get a draw through excellent application and grit, then fair enough. Rushworth is in, bowls, and Haynes is forward, and there's no run. But if Worcestershire escape with a draw mainly because of the weather, then I think Durham have every reason to feel hard done to, because they have played very, very well. Chris Rushworth, no wicket for 41 in this second innings, 5 for 56 in the first innings. Being made to work if he's going to get this record. Comes in now again and bowls, and Haynes is out, and there is the record. He's caught low down at first slip by David Bedingham, and Rushworth gets his wicket and gets lots of hugs and lots of applause from his teammates. And I think you got that on film, didn't you, Marty?
Well, I got a photograph, but I was waiting for some kind of celebration, and eventually he punched his hands into the air, waves to his family in the car park, and he is the record wicket taker for Durham, and it's gone up on the scoreboard as well. Brilliant, well done Chris Rushworth, and that is a real pressure release. He gets a round of applause from everybody in the ground here. Top man. To think as well, he was released by Durham at one point.
Yeah. So Worcestershire 119 for 3 in the 36th over, with Chris Rushworth picking up the wicket of Jack Haynes, caught low down at first slip by David Bedingham for 24. He'd left alone 2 or 3 deliveries in this over, but he had to play at that one, and he just got a little nick, and it was a good low catch by Bedingham, who put one down earlier when he dropped Jake Libby at first slip off the bowling of Ben Rain, but he held on to that one, and Jack Haynes has gone. So 3 men out for Worcestershire today. Mitchell caught at short leg by Burnham off Wood for 62, fell LBW to Brydencast for 1, and Jack Haynes a moment ago caught at first slip by David Bedingham off Chris Rushworth for 24, and it's 119 for 3. And Chris Rushworth has become the leading wicket taker in Durham history in first class cricket. And we've got some information about Norman Graham. He wasn't that quick apparently. I didn't think he was, but he was 6'8".
He's a big guy.
Yeah, 6'8". J.N. Shepherd was quicker apparently, says Adrian Thomas. Thanks Adrian again. Rushworth in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Brett D'Oliveira, the new batsman. End of the over from Chris Rushworth. Success for him. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. That was a wicket maiden. And Worcestershire 119 for 3. And they've just got to keep batting. And looking at the board, 57 overs left in the day, and then I look east and I see cloud filling in again, but it's quite high cloud. The really nasty stuff has drifted away to the north and the west, and no imminent problems as far as weather is concerned with this game. And a change in the bowling with Mark Wood, the aforementioned speedster Mark Wood, coming into the attack now at the Lumley end. Quick and huge. A lot of people remember when he used to do that sort of stretch back with his right leg and then push off, but now he does a kind of walks back behind the umpire and then does a little semicircular run up to his right and then launches into his proper approach. Arms are swinging around now, just bowls a practice delivery to Ned Eckersley at mid-on.
Kevin Howells has just tweeted a screen grab of Chris Rushworth wiping tears away from his eyes, crying there after reaching that milestone.
Brilliant.
Here's Wood then from the Lumley end, and as he's pushed off towards the covers. I wonder if Chris Rushworth might get an end named after him here one day. Ironically, he's taken the wicket from the Finkel end, but does the majority of his overs from the Lumley end. Brilliant. Well done, Chris. Congratulations on that one. And weight is now lifted. You can get on and think about more wickets now. On his way, maybe. Who knows where he could get to? Could he get to 600 for Durham? He's having a chat down at third man at the moment. Fine leg with Marcus North, the Durham director of cricket, Neil Kalima, the coaches, and this is played up towards mid-wicket. And just wide of mid-on. Eckersley stops it, but there's a single there for Libby. And that brings Brett D'Oliveira to the crease. So he'd been level for a couple of days on 5-2-7 with Graham Onions and is now headed off into the sunset in the lead with 5-2-8. Wood bowling to D'Oliveira. 2 slips in place under short leg, and that's played late by D'Oliveira off the legs towards mid-on. And I think he might have actually played that off his toe end, and I mean his literal toe end rather than the toe of his back. So he's checking the toe of his boots now. Wood to D'Oliveira. That was angling in low towards off stump. D'Oliveira kept it away.
That was quick.
Tell you what, there's some days when you're glad you're sitting up here and not down there in the middle.
Yeah, he's getting up ahead of steam, really, considering it's a chilly day, and you know it's not like sun on his back and everything else. He's really racing in. Rough Daryl Mitchell up this morning. Good, top fast bowler's dismissal that was, really, when you analyse it.
Wood again. Oh! Oof. Did well there, Brett D'Oliveira. That was like dodging a punch from a heavyweight world champion.
It was. Sometimes I think it's easier for the small man to get out of the way than it is for the big. You know, when I was talking about Mitchell, how he made himself a target in the end with the footwork this morning on the ball he got out on. Not deliberately, of course, but D'Oliveira, small man, kept his eye on it and just swayed back out of the way. Some of the smaller batters over the years have been the ones who play the real quick stuff the very best, I think.
Wood bowls, defended on off stump and out towards short extra cover it goes. My dad's just been back on. Norman Graham, 6'8", came to Philadelphia, great fella. He says, I also hit him for 6. Back over his head. Into the Stuart the Butcher's field. No helmets in those days, he says. Well done to Chris. A tear in his eye, I think. I think so, yeah. As spotted by Kevin Howells with his picture.
120 for 3 here, Worcestershire, needing to survive for another 56 overs to save the game and get their 6th consecutive draw in this competition. Rushworth just getting a handshake from his teammate Ben Rain before he starts this new over. He comes in now to bowl to Jake Libby, and Libby is on the back foot, pushing defensively into the covers, and there's no run. Batsmen have just got to try and completely put it out of their minds who's bowling and how many wickets he's got, and just play each ball on its merits. Focus literally on each ball, one ball at a time.
Matty Potts, who's one of the younger Durham fast bowlers, has just tweeted, what a bowler and an even better bloke, fully deserved, congratulations pal.
Well, that's nice to hear from one of the youngsters who thinks that, isn't it? Respect for his elder and better, who bowls here to Libby, and he pushes this out on the offside, and there's no run.
Bumble has even tweeted his congratulations. Many congratulations, Chris Rushworth, he says.
Yeah, very good effort. Adrian Thomas says, how many wickets per match has Rushworth taken? Because then you could do a comparison with teams who have been around for longer. Interesting one. Rushworth bowls. Libby plays this nicely on the offside through not a very big gap between cover and cover point, and he gets 4 runs. Nicely timed. Lovely shot.
Well,
glove punch with D'Oliveira.
What's this? This is his first class match. Where am I? 136th first class match. He's played in 2 champion county games for MCC. So take those out of the equation. You got 5 wickets in those matches.
Here's Rushworth in bowls, and D'Oliveira's taken on the pad, drops down on the onside. So what Adrian is saying is that of those taking more than 100 wickets for Gloucestershire, CWL Parker 3,170 wickets at 5.27 per match.
How many?
Who played 602 matches.
Oh, he must have been playing for about 40 years.
And E.G. Dennett 5.37 wickets per match in 388 matches. But by the sound of what you're saying, just roughly, Chris Rush, it's round about 5 a game by the look of it, isn't it? Anyway, he's in again now, and he bowls to Libby, pushes out on the offside, no run, 124 for 3. I mean, if you're a county professional and you average 5 per match, that's pretty good going, isn't it? When you look at some of the record, the number of wickets that people have taken who have had long careers, I looked at Fred Titmus the other day for whatever reason we were talking about, and just astonishing how many wickets he took. It's Rushworth bowls, pushed out on the offside by Libby, and that's the end of the over. 124 for 355 left in the day.
There is a Twitter account which is run by a Middlesex member called Not Fred Titmus. You may have come across in times. Across the river there's another account, Surrey Pigeon. Norman Robinson's been
Fred
back.
Titmus, just before I nip off for my update, Fred Titmus, first class bowling.
Here's Wood to D'Oliveira, edged, and it's been spilled by Borthwick again. He can't believe it. That's the second one he's put down today. It was low, but it was around about midriff height, and it squirts out of his hands. He's now lying on the floor with his hands on the back of his head and his face in the grass. I think he needs to take himself out of the slips.
Fred Titmus, 2,830 first class wickets. You just can't get your head around it.
Pull off a worldie now, no doubt. Oh, that's nasty. That's nipped back in, and that's felled Brett D'Oliveira midships. It's knocked him down. He's quick to pick himself back up though, because for a moment it looked like he was going to be nastily winded there. He's gone for a walk and a chat with Jake Libby, just to try and take the tension out of the situation. It's just gloomed over a bit here. As more dark cloud comes in, a little bit lower than the previous cloud bank. I'm just wondering if we might see the floodlights on in the next few minutes. All around us, grey skies. Wood in, and that's cut by D'Oliveira past point, and it's been chased by Young towards the picket fence boundary in front of the old scoreboard, and he stops it, but he slides off the pitch, and he's eventually able to recover the ball, and it's 3 runs, but he was trying to get himself back up there, and he looked like a cartoon character where they're running on thin air. Bambi on ice. He eventually managed to pick himself up. It's a bit damp. Had a lot of rain this morning. D'Oliveira dropped on none. Libby on strike, and he's just flicked it beyond the grasp of short leg. Jack Burnham more or less doing a backward roll as he flashed his hands up to try and grab that one. He's gone out towards deep mid wicket for 2. Sense there's something could be about to happen here from a Durham point of view. He has created that chance for Borthwick. Just the turning point. Worcestershire 129 for 3. Norman Robinson says Stewie Young took 4 for 17 in 12 overs, 3 of them maidens against Worcestershire in the Gillette Cup match in 1968, which was just up the road here, I think, in Ropery Lane. As this is played by Libby just outside of off stump. It was a Yorker length ball. He gets 1 run to wide mid on. The victims were Ron Headley, Duncan Fernley, Alan Ormrod and Basil D'Oliveira. Also caught Tom Graveney and Van Bernholder. It was before my time, but I think he played for Sunderland and Darlington, and Stuart Wilkinson finished his career at Shotley Bridge. Frank Tyson was a graduate of Hatfield College at Durham University. Norman just filling in some of the gaps there from some of the conversations we've been having. Wood comes in and bowls. D'Oliveira flicks it down to fine leg, and that's away for 4, just down below our commentary position. Worcestershire 134 for 3. D'Oliveira has 7, Libby has 35. Last wicket fell on 119 when Haynes was caught by David Beddingham at first slip off the bowling of Rushworth to give Rushworth his 528th first-class wicket for Durham, a new club record. And as I thought a moment or two ago, the floodlights are coming on. John Nicholl says, check out Malcolm Marshall at Headingley in 1984. Michael Holding over of the century against Jeff Boycott in 1981, and now Chris Rushworth against Worcestershire in 2019 for stunning performances with the ball. As Rushworth comes in here from the Finkel end to bowl to Libby. It's a dot ball, just played short on the leg side. Rushworth took 5 for nothing at New Road on a really, it was a day like this, quite a wet, overcast day in 2019, but despite reducing them to 5, they were only chasing 81 or 2. Worcestershire, and they got there. I was at that test match at Headingley in 1984, Michael Marshall against England. Alan Lamb got 100 on the first day and then was out the next morning without adding to his score. Rushworth in, that's pulled away and left alone by Libby. David Moody, well done Rushy, outstanding, absolutely outstanding. Just remember that some of those people slapping you on the back actually released you in 2006, and you now proved them wrong, he says. Record wicket taker, PCA player of the year, county champion, hat-trick taker, you've done it all. And he said it's a disgrace you never got at least 1 England cap. Here he is, Rushworth bounding in to bowl to Libby. Libby defends right on the middle stump, plays that slightly off the track to the leg side. He also says you must be worn out, more than 24,000 deliveries and probably as many calls taken in that call centre. Yeah, well what happened was Chris Rushworth was here in the Durham Academy, and then I think they did question his desire, and he was released, and he ended up selling satellite systems door to door and working in a call centre. And then he was brought back to the club a few years later as this one angles away from Libby, who doesn't offer a shot in the end. And Ash Thorpe was saying the other day when he was in commentary with us on Friday, was it? He played with Chris Rushworth for Sunderland in the North East Premier League and had a chat to him about if you get your act together, there might be a second chance for you. And he has taken it and has matured into such a key bowler now. Here he comes, Libby on strike. 2 slips and a gully, and that's gone to point along the floor. Paul says, greetings from Hereford. Just wanted to add my own congratulations to Chris Rushworth. Thoroughly deserved. Such a shame he's never received England honours. He could certainly reopen the old fashionable county debate, couldn't he? Yeah, well, I don't think you can argue they're an unfashionable county. I think the issue is, and when he got into the reckoning for England, actually Durham were in the first division, but there's been an argument among some counties in recent years that second division players don't get a look in with England, but this is played off towards mid-wicket, no run. But I mean, he's played as many years in the first division as he has in the second. In fact, when were we? 2017, 2018, 2019. So he's only played 3 years in Division 3, in Division 2. The rest's all been in Division 1.
Yeah, it's an easy argument, isn't it? The unfashionable county argument. And I think supporters often trotted out, as we said yesterday. I was talking about Chris Dent at Gloucestershire. What a fantastic player I think he's been over the last few years, and he hasn't had any recognition. I suppose you've got to look at what else is around. Here's Wood in, bowls, and that's quick again. D'Oliveira down the leg side, and he's gloved it to the keeper. Strangled. Unfortunate dismissal, you've got to say, when you get caught down the leg side off the glove, but they knew, there was no doubt about it, and he's earned that, Mark Wood, with a pretty hostile spell. But given that there are lots of ways to get out, that is an unfortunate way to go, because it wasn't the most well directed of Wood's deliveries today. but D'Oliveira reasonably, I suppose, to be fair, a little bit unsettled by the pace of the bowling, and who wouldn't be, and just got inside that, looked to turn it off his hip, and he got a glove and was caught by Stuart Pointer down the leg side. So Worcestershire in real trouble now, and Durham on the rampage. Second wicket for Mark Wood. Brett D'Oliveira out for 7, and Worcestershire are 134 for 4 as Ricky Vessels comes out to join Jake Libby, who's still there. So Wood in his 12th over, 2 for 41. Rushworth 1 for 45. Ben Rain 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15, and Bryden Cast 1 for 28.
No, it's not. I thought it was just starting to drizzle there, but it's not. It has got quite a bit darker recently.
Still a bit of blue sky out to the east though. It looks okay. In the 41st over of the innings, remember 14 last night, 52 left in the day, 4 men out today now. Mitchell caught at short leg off Wood for 62, fell LBW to Bryden Cast for 1. Haynes caught at first slip by Beddingham off Rushworth for 24, and a moment ago Brett D'Oliveira caught down the leg side off the glove by Stuart Pointer off the bowling of Mark Wood for 7. 134 for 4. Worcestershire staring down the barrel now, you would feel, unless either the weather intervenes or they can.
4 centuries against Durham.
Yeah, but not in these circumstances.
Well, yeah, he's got 400s against Durham, 159 for Nott in 2016. Put on 168 for the 5th wicket with Brendan Taylor in that one. He's had 5 half centuries against them as well.
Short leg and a leg slip in now. Or leg slip, I suppose, not leg gully. Quite fine. Here's Wood in, and he bowls to Vessels, who plays this one out on the offside. That was bang on target from Mark Wood, dipping in a little bit quick, and Vessels forward to it. This is where the Durham attack has got such appealing variety, I think. At the one end, you've got Rushworth or maybe Rain just attacking the stumps and making the batsman play and trying to find that outside edge. And at the other end you've got Wood and Cast, both of who've got wickets today, coming in with that bit of extra pace as Wood bowls here, and Vessels plays defensively off the back foot and making life physically uncomfortable as well as mentally uncomfortable. And it's a good balance, and it's certainly held sway in this game. It's been the difference between the two sides, not to mention Durham's second innings batting performance, which was also outstanding. Those 200s. In comes Wood again, bowls, and this one Vessels doesn't play at, lets it hit him really. I think it probably hit him on the arm guard, just dropped down on the onside. Yeah, exactly that, just hit him on the forearm guard and dropped down on the onside. And you can hear on our effects mic the chirpiness now of the Durham fielders. Great feeling when you're maybe not tasked with bowling, just able to just join in and be part of the wave of energy that a team on top imposes on the other team, as Wood is in again to Vessels, who steers this one out square on the offside. It's fielded there by Will Young. The lights are on for the first time, which I suppose tells us something about the weather. The light must have deteriorated. Floodlights have been turned on, presumably at the behest of the umpires. And we've still, as I say, look out to the east, we've still got a little bit of blue sky visible. Ground staff gathered at the side of the ground as if they might be called into action with the covers at some stage, as Wood bowls again, and this one Vessels again is inside. Not sure what it came off, it dropped just short of short leg. Just watching the replay now, and yeah, I think that might have been off the glove. He certainly didn't have any idea where it had gone. End of a wicket maiden for Mark Wood. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41, and Durham absolutely turning the screw here at the Riverside, and the Worcestershire batsmen really finding it a real struggle at the moment.
Rushworth coming into ball. Ooh, and a waft from Libby. He's chased one there that's rising up outside the off stump.
Barry Skinner says if the weather's coming from the east, you'll be pleased to hear it's bright and dry on the Durham coast.
Good.
Well, it is coming from the east, no question about that, is there? Looking at the flag on top of Lumley Castle.
Rushworth to Libby. Defended on a length. Davies emailed, he says it's round one of the ECB National Club Championship today. He said it's a tasty tie at Benwell Hill, where Chesley Street are the visitors. Former Durham player Kyle Coulter has been in good nick for Benwell. Scored a century yesterday, yeah, we mentioned that. Chesley Street have just started their innings. They were up 23 for none a short while ago. South North were meant to be playing at Eppleton, but he thinks that may have fallen victim to the weather. So if anybody knows, tweet me at Marty Cricket. Rushworth bowls is turned off the hips by Libby. Burnham chases it to mid-wicket for 1. Brian says, Fred Titmus, great player. Says he lost 4 toes from one foot due to a boat propeller incident during the 67-68 Windies tour.
100% he did, yeah.
And despite losing 4 toes, the very next summer he took 111 wickets and scored over 900 runs for Middlesex. Stephen Lugston, a former Durham bowler, suffered a really nasty toe injury when he was a teenager. A wall fell on him. Rushworth to Vessels. Oh, that's worth a shout. Now people will be arguing that that was going down leg side. That was plumb. He didn't get forward enough there. Vessels, it pitched right on line, and what a thuddy noise that made underneath the knee roll. Absolutely without a shout. Vessels has gone. LBW to Rushworth for none.
Yeah, no doubts about that one. Pretty straight, pretty low, and umpire O'Shaughnessy in no doubt whatsoever. 135 for 5, and Worcestershire subsiding a little bit here in the face of some excellent bowling again. Although to be fair, that one didn't do a great deal, just played down the wrong line really, and pushed at it, had his pad in line, and it's that, as I say, it didn't do a lot, it's what we were talking about, it's that attacking the stumps, isn't it, which Chris Rushworth does so well. And if you miss, he hits, and if your pad is in the way, then woe is you, and woe was Ricky Vessels on that occasion. Jake Libby's still there. To be fair, he's been put down 3 times, so he can't be feeling that he's been watching carnage at the other end entirely blamelessly, as it were. But it's tough out there against this attack. Wood, real pace from one end. Rushworth, top class control from the other end, and it's hard work. Ben Cox is the new batsman.
Bromsgrove Schools, Ben Cox.
Bromsgrove Schools, Ben Cox, yeah.
I used to be appalled at the idea that my cousins had to go to school on a Saturday morning, and they were there till about 6 on a Wednesday as well. I could never work that out.
Spent many years
and the family were paying for the privilege of sending them there.
The pupils at Repton when I was at house must have stayed till 9.
On a Wednesday?
Every night.
Every night?
To do their homework.
What,
even if they were day pupils. No, day pupils stayed till 9, yeah.
What kind of society do we live in?
Yeah.
9 o'clock at night?
Yeah. Well, when they went home, everything was done, all their homework and everything else. But
what if they'd finished their homework before 9? They could go earlier then, or not? No. 1
night a week.
Right.
Anyway, here's Rushworth. First ball to Ben Cox. He's in now. He bowls, and that's short and left out. Side the off stump by Cox, drops his hands underneath it, taken by Point. A bit gloomy now, the lights are on, but the light is considerably worse than it has been at any stage during the day. Not bad enough to stop, I'm not suggesting that for a minute, but it's not ideal in any way, shape or form for batting. Rushworth again.
Wessels.
He's in, he bowls outside the off stump, left alone, scoots through low to Stewie Pointer behind the stumps. End of a successful over for Chris Rushworth. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46. His figures. Wood 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41. The other wicket taker, Bryden Carr, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. And the other bowler we've seen today, Ben Rain, 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15. It's a real tall order now for Worcestershire. There's 51 overs left in the day, and
the light and the weather
you
holds.
cannot see them surviving for those if weather doesn't intervene.
Yeah, Woods to continue, and it's please at 3:15, isn't it? Oh, that's worth a shout. Back in, and he's got him. Libby's out eventually, got 3 times. Wood gets him, and he played over the ball, came in low, nipped back, and it's hit him again, inside the leg, underneath the knee roll, knocked him off balance as well. He's gone to 36 from 117 balls. Durham, tasting blood here. Yeah, they're on a roll, aren't they? They're on a roll, and from the Worcestershire point of view, we can't quite see how they're going to put a stop to it. It's a really tough session for the Worcestershire batsmen. Final one from
Adrian about Chris Rushworth. He says 528 wickets are currently 3.903 wickets per match, which is possibly slightly behind some of those other players that were mentioned, but at the same time we've also had a good interesting one from Bernard Whittaker, who says, of course, for many years county cricket was 32 3-day games with uncovered wickets once the game started. Not sure what heavy rollers there used to be, but more grounds used to. I seem to remember Titch Freeman played until 52 years old. So yeah, when you take it all, look, it doesn't matter. Chris Rushworth, tremendous. In the games he's played for Durham, he has had a great wicket-taking average, shall we say.
Wood in to the new batsman. Oh, that came in low, didn't it? That came in really low. The new batsman's Ed Barnard. They've lost 3 for 1 in 2 overs here. Worcestershire's run of draws may be coming to an end today. They did, though, hang on, at Derbyshire a couple of weeks back. Was that 3 weeks ago or so?
Yeah, different circumstances though.
Short leg in place and a leg slip, and Barnard lets that one go down the leg side. So Libby was dropped on 8 yesterday by Borthwick, then dropped a sharp chance. I think he did well to get to it, to be honest with you, today. Burnham on 16 off Woods. Was it Woods bowling? Rushworth's bowling, wasn't it? Could have been Rushworth's record wicket. Yeah. And then on 23 by Beddingham, yeah. And Borthwick dropped Oliveira, didn't he? That was it. In comes the bowler. That's defended on off stump. Wood bowls. Oh, that's a good leave. It was a length ball, and it was quite a way outside of off stump, and Barnard watched it, and it didn't half shape back as it was coming past the stumps. John Smithson, who's the chairman of the North East Premier League, says Eppleton South North has unfortunately fallen victim to the weather today. As Connor says as well. Connor says, I was at Benwell Hill yesterday, scoring for Hetton Lions, and Kyle Coulter batted really well. Wood comes in and bowls. It's gone into the ground. There's a shout to catch it, but it was fended down into the ground. Stopped at leg gully by Lees, end of the over. Ian Todd says, don't forget the 9th and 10 wicket partnership curse. So it's happened in most matches this season, hasn't it? You know, 8, 9 and 10 have got some runs.
Well, they won't give it away, but they're under the cup shot here.
Have you read this out from Adrian? He says Chris Rushworth going along at 3.9 wickets a match. But not on uncovered pitches.
Yeah, read that out. And I just concluded, you can't really compare eras. What you can say is that in this era, this guy has done a magnificent job. And he's coming in now to bowl to Ben Cox. And he bowls and Cox is beaten, taken on the pad. A bit of a groan from behind the stumps every ball at the moment, because every ball looks a threat. Rushworth taken 2 today. Mark Wood has been possibly the most impressive today, 3 for 41. Quick, and he's got his radar right. A little bit lucky with the one he got Oliveira down the leg side. Comes in now, bowls to Cox, Rushworth, excuse me, and he pushes that back to the bowler. I say that a little bit lucky when Oliveira just kind of bit of a strangle down the leg side. He gloved that one, but Wood had kind of earned the wicket with his pace and his threat in the previous couple of overs. It's just been a real handful all day. Chris Rushworth away from us again, 22 on his back, bowls, and Cox is taken on the pad as he looks to turn this away on the leg side. An appeal, but that clearly going down. Cox wanted to get a leg by, really. Possibly doesn't want to be on strike, but Barnard not interested, sent him back. So the men out today: Mitchell caught Burnham, bowled Wood for 62. Fell LBW, Cast 1. Haynes caught Beddingham, bowled Rushworth 24. D'Oliveira caught Pointer, bowled Wood 7. Vessels LBW, Rushworth 0. And Libby LBW, Wood 36. Here's Rushworth in again, bowls, and Cox is forward to that one.
Paul's been on
back to the bowler.
He says, well done and congratulations to Chris Rushworth, simply the best. Brian Thurbeck says, I've just tuned in and you're discussing Chris Rushworth. I was at the ground when he was brought back into the first team. People were moaning that he was only picked because he was the captain's cousin. Good judges, eh, says Brian. Phil Mustard being the captain back in the day. I doubt there's anything in that.
Here he is anyway. He bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump, taken on the bounce by Stuart Pointer, and there's no run.
Norman says, hiya Marty, congratulations to Rushy. Any idea who his first class wicket was? By my reckoning, it was Mark War of Notts at Trentbridge in May 2010. It was, and after being wicketless on debut v Yorkshire the game before. Yeah, because Joe sent me a text the other day, and it was the anniversary of that last week, I think. His father.
Here he is, Chris Rushworth, moving away from us again now to bowl to Ben Cox. He bowls, and Cox is forward and plays that out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The end of the over from Chris Rushworth. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 46, his figures. 135 for 6, Worcestershire. More importantly, 49 overs left in the day if they're going to survive with these last 4 wickets. Unlikely unless the weather intervenes. Ben Rain is coming into the attack at the Lumley end.
And something which remains intact is that Worcestershire have not won on this ground. 2 wins in the North East have been in Stockton and Darlington, I think it was. Joe sent me this text last Monday. He said, here's a stat that may interest you, or it may not. On this day in 2010, so that was Monday, May the 10th, so in 2010, the Notts v Durham game started at Trentbridge. During this game, Chris got his first class wicket. Stokesy got his maiden first class 100. Ben Rain replaces Wood from the Lumley end, and that's dabbed to Cars at third slip by Barnard. Durham actually lost that one by an innings, and then Will Smith was relieved of the captaincy after that match. Durham had gone through the entire 2009 season unbeaten, retained their title, and then I think it was decided at the time Durham wanted to drop Will Smith, and you couldn't drop your captain, so they relieved him of his captaincy duties, and Phil Mustard took over for a couple of years before Paul Collingwood became captain in the summer of 2012. In comes Rain. It's defended by Barnard off stump. Mervyn Hardy says, Chris is a bit more than a consummate professional. He's never afraid to mix among the members, or one or two very senior players of recent times may have looked the other way rather than speak. And he said, an hour after beating Yorkshire in a championship game, I met Chris doing some shopping for his wife in Morrison's. It's not for his wife, it's for him and the family. In comes Rain, bowls, that's left alone. He's a decent family man, he says, and well done to Frank for his informative and unbiased commentary. Thanks, Mervyn Hardy. Thank you, Mervyn. John Reed says Sparky's magic piano's just started again. I think this is something to do with the commentary. The commentary's echoing on the YouTube feed. We've got no control over that, I'm afraid. Sorry, it's not our system. They just take a feed from our commentary box. Rain in. That's left alone outside the off stump by Barnard. And Eric's wondering, I bet the Colonel had a hand or two in a few of those wickets that Rushworth took. Probably, yeah. They would have combined numerous times, and mustard and onions as well. How many times did they combine? Cameron Bancroft walking around the outfield doing 12th man duties just down below our commentary position. Rain coming into bowl, has 3 slips in place, and that is left alone. Barnard is yet to get off the mark from 11 deliveries, and Cox at the other end is yet to get off the mark from 8. Worcestershire losing 3 wickets for 1 run in 2 overs. So they lost D'Oliveira for 7, Vessels for a duck, and Libby for 36. We're about 15 or so minutes away from tea. Frank's just going off to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. As Rain bowls to Barnard. That's turned off the legs to Rushworth at long leg for 1. Before Rushworth's even fielded the ball, Bryden Carse already has his sweater off and is throwing his marker onto the floor at this Finkel end, and he's going to have a ball. So he's replacing Rushworth, who's taking 2 for 46 from 15 overs, including 4 maidens. Rain at the other end, none for 16 from 10 overs, 3 maidens. Worcestershire are 136 for 6. There are a minimum of 48 overs to go. If they want to win, they need to find somehow another 287 runs. Carse coming into the attack then, 1 for 28 so far from his 7 overs, no maidens. Bancroft's. In fact, that's Matt Salisbury who's on the field grabbing his sweater, and he's brought some hand sanitizer out as well, I think. Barnard on strike. Oh, they're claiming an edge. I didn't hear anything there, but it's been given. He's gone for 1. So having got that single at the end of the last over, down to long leg to Rushy, he has then edged the ball from Bryden Carse, who for the second time today has got a wicket with his first ball of a spell. And Barnard is out for 1, caught by Stewie Pointer. Bowling of Bryden Carse. And Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now, in 136 for 7. Another single partnership there. Just the 1 run from it. I used to say we might not actually be in a situation here where they end up adding an extra half hour at tea to try and get the last wicket sorted out. Christopher Hackworth, many congratulations. A superb effort from Chris Rushworth, a player who's worn the shirt with pride and mucked in when others went elsewhere as the club had their troubles. Very well deserved. He has time for everybody as well, says Christopher. New batsman is Joe Leach, who swung the bat a bit in the previous innings and ended up making 42 not out. He put partnerships of 32 on for the 9th wicket with Josh Tongue, and then 55 with Charlie Morris. He faces Cars now from the Finkel end, and the first ball is punched into the ground and up to Rushworth at mid-on. So Worcestershire have now lost 4 wickets for 2 runs in 5 overs. Cars bowls, played by Leach up towards the covers, no run there. Remember earlier Adrian saying it's been a good week for Gloucestershire to have a week off because of the weather. They've not missed out. So a lot of the other games have been badly affected by the weather. If Durham can get this over the line, this will be a big win, given the circumstances of the fact that other games have been affected elsewhere in the country and not been able to see their way to a conclusion. Cars once more into the bowl. Leach defends.
Is it me or you this end?
It was you, I think, wasn't it?
Right.
So have your end back if you want.
Pick it up, shall I? I have no affiliation to either end, but in the interests of consistency, I'll describe the bowling from this Finkel end. Bryden Cars, 99 on his back, big, tall man. Twice has got a wicket with his first ball, which can't have happened too often in different spells. He comes in now and bowls short to Leach, who goes down on one knee and sways inside the line of that and allows it through to the keeper, Stewie Pointer. Had a long chat with Joe Leach this morning, and we putting that out for listeners on the I'd Rather Be a Bear Pair podcast fairly soon, and recalling the fact that he first came into the side as a batsman, not as a bowler at all, and just how his career has developed from there really, as Cars bowls and he gets his first run working this one away on the onside, upishly just past short leg, and it's the end of the over and he'll keep the strike. So Leach is off the mark. That Worcestershire collapse really from 134 for 3 to 136 for 7, so 4 wickets for 2 runs in the space of 5 overs in the face of this highly impressive Durham seam attack, and all the wickets shared round. And just in, as I say, in the face of the highly impressive seam attack, we're going to see a little bit of spin from Borthwick. It's quite an interesting decision, isn't it?
Just took the pressure off the other night, didn't it, when he came on for 2 overs? And
I wonder. I think
Leach
it's clearly what they think of Joe Leach. They just don't think he's going to be able to resist, do they? I think that's got to be the thinking behind it.
Leach stabs the first ball down towards backward point. Sort of short third man in the end for 1. Durham have just tweeted a lovely photograph of Chris Rushworth in tears there, which is, and he's getting a hug from one of his colleagues as Borthwick bowls, and that's it into the keeper's gloves. And has he whipped the bail off or not? He's appealing. No, he hasn't. He's appealing for a catch. Can't see who's hugging him in the picture. Borthwick again, just a little nudge out towards point for a single for Cox. Borthwick leg spin to Leach into the keeper's gloves. Paul Sadler says it's a little over 9 weeks to go until the start of the 100 competition. Are you looking forward to it? Are you like me, very unsure? Paul asks in Nottingham. It'll have absolutely nothing to do with me. So this is defended into the offside. There's no games here, and I don't have to think about it. Basically, I won't be involved. No games in Worcester either, obviously. In comes Borthwick. It's a loopy Yorker sort of delivery, really, which is dabbed away by Leach. That's the end of the over. I wonder if Borthwick's brought himself on because of the light, but then having said that, he's cast to continue. So
he's keen to get them around. I think it's the
over
rate,
isn't it? The over 8 was minus
3. Yeah. He's just shouted, get round, get round. Yeah.
Oh, it's come on the main scoreboard now. Wasn't there earlier.
So tea is what, 5 minutes away?
Eric says if Barnard is bowled, I will expect a loud shout of Barnard castled, but of course it's too late now.
Wouldn't be the first.
No, I think we've heard that one before. I've heard it's a good place to go to get an eye test though.
Shot.
This is your end.
Sorry. Timed that well, didn't he?
He did.
Bryden cast into Cox. He's not yet off the mark, and it's drifted into his hip, and he just flicked it away. And even though fielder down at fine leg isn't too far away from it, it's just raced away. Beautifully timed. So he's off the mark. 5. Oh, he was off the mark. He got a single. When did he get a single then? I didn't see him get a single. Anyway, he's on 5 now. And Bryden passes in and bowls to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump.
He pushed one to point in the previous over from Borthwick.
Ah, right, that's it then. Sorry. Leach has 2. 143 for 7, but that's insignificant. 45 overs left after this. Tea will be in 5 minutes. We'll probably get this over and one more before tea, and then it'll be a case of a long last session, and whether they can hold out. And whether the weather might intervene as Cast comes in and bowls, and this one is steered down behind square on the offside for a single. Little bit of hesitation between the batsmen, but eventually they managed to complete the run.
Have you seen this Adrian Thomas statistics, cricket since 1984? We read that one out.
He's a busy man, Adrian, isn't he?
I think he's got nothing else to do today. Weather's not up to much.
Gloucestershire aren't playing.
It's either that or a cold pub beer garden.
Yeah, find it now. As Cast bowls and Leach pushes out on the onside. Since 1984, with reduced matches for Gloucestershire, bowlers who have taken more than 100 wickets, and have got 3 wickets per match. Courtney Walsh 4.72. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Craig Miles 3.72, Liam Norwell 3.65, and John Lewis 3.01. Liam Norwell 3.65, but he's gone. He's with Warwickshire now, and doing pretty well.
2 weeks ago.
Doing pretty well. Here's Cast bowls, and Leach on the back foot pushes down on the onside. But yeah, there you go. Anyone round, you know, if you're up there, round about 4 wickets a match, I suppose that's over a good career. That's going to be quite significant, isn't it?
The Met Office has just tweeted the latest satellite imagery, and there's lots of showers bubbling up everywhere at the moment.
Cast coming in to bowl to Leach, bowls, and Leach is pushing this one out on the offside. Big groan from behind the stumps, but no run. 6 to Cox, 2 to Leach, 144 for 7 Worcestershire, 45 overs left in the day, and I suspect we'll get this one in before tea.
They say there's been lots of lightning strikes already this afternoon. The greatest risk will continue to be across parts of eastern, central and northern England, southern Scotland and southeast Northern Ireland, so possibility of the odd thunderstorm bubbling up and some lightning strikes this afternoon. Borthwick
no sign
in the...
of it. No sign of it here.
No, Borthwick in the gloom. Watched a nice thunderstorm coming up the coast the other day. Took some pictures of a double rainbow over the harbour. Cox forward to this one, plays it up to Eckersley. Come around from mid-wicket to collect it. You've got a long on and a long off. And deep mid-wicket, deep but backward square leg. Cover rider on the boundary. Backward point. Mid-wicket and a slip. And that's defended by Cox. Durham need 3 wickets to win. We're on the verge of tea. And there will be 44 overs of the day left after this if the light and the weather hold. Borthwick comes in and bowls. Cox flicks short on the leg side and goes for a quick single as Eckersley comes running in to collect the ball. Will they squeeze another one in after this over, do you think, or will they go off?
I don't reckon they will, but we don't know what they're going by, do we? So that's the difficulty, isn't it? We don't know what timepiece they're being guided by.
Trying to clear things away from the strip and wasting a bit of time. Borthwick bowls. Leach forward to that one, plays it back to the bowler. Bobbles along the ground. Borthwick back pedals as he's about to start his run up and bowls. Leach forward, ball loops up off towards the leg side. He'll get a single. The advertising hoardings at the far end of the ground, which should be showing a lovely nice blue advert for the County Championship sponsors, some of them have fallen down and are showing the sponsor of the competition instead behind them. So we've got bits of purple and bits of blue there. Borthwick to Cox. Cox across outside the line of off stump to play that one safely away. They're going to try and squeeze in another here. Cars has thrown the ball and he's already at his mark. Durham know that overrate could be an issue for them. They can massage things down a little bit.
Tea, right.
They're going for tea, there you are. Cars kicks the air in disappointment. I was wondering whether they'd get away with that or not. So, yeah, 44 overs to go. How many of those will we see? If we see them all, then it's a draw, obviously. We might only see some of them because Durham win or because the weather intervenes. It's all in the balance, but Worcestershire are 146 for 7. Cox has 7. There's the announcement to Chris Rushworth becoming the leading wicket taker. There's a little posse of people in the far corner of the ground applauding. Sad that something like that, such an event has happened here with nobody to see it with regards to the members of the public. The rest of the team are waiting for him to catch them up and head off the pitch. And at the moment it is really gloomy here. I'm just wondering how much more action we will see today. Fingers crossed this one reaches a conclusion.
76 for 7 in 35 overs in that session, Worcestershire.
The Worcestershire players applauding Chris Rushworth off the pitch as well. That's a nice touch. Right, we'll be back with you in 20 minutes. Right, let's rock and roll then. Final session of this intriguing game. Durham need 3 more wickets to win, with Worcestershire 146 for 7. As they resume after tea, they lost 7 wickets for 76 runs in 35 overs in that spell between the delayed start at 1:15 and going off for tea at 3:15.
And Chris Rushworth will start from the Finkel end, the man of the moment, having broken Graham Onions' all-time Durham first-class wickets record when he took the first wicket he got today, that of Jack Haynes, caught at slip by David Bedingham for 24. He followed it up with that of Ricky Vessel's LBW without scoring, and he comes in now to bowl to the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach. And Leach is taken on the pad, but got a big thick inside edge on that one, and that's what's meant that the appeal from behind the stumps has been
There was nothing from
quelled.
Rushworth.
Yeah,
Nothing at all.
2 big clunky noises there, weren't there?
Will says, is it looking good? Blow those rain clouds away. I've had a report from Paul Summerside on the Roca Riviera. Says a stiff easterly breeze. He thinks the weather should be okay.
Yeah, I think you're going to be okay. In comes Rushworth, bowls, and Leach is forward, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. These two played a big part in saving the game at Derby earlier in the season. On the last afternoon, Sunday afternoon, was it 3 weeks ago? They held Derbyshire up for a long time. Rushworth bowls and Leach gets runs down to third man. How many? 2, possibly 3? No, just 2. And total goes on to 148 for 7. Leach goes on to 5. Yeah, they batted for a long time. Cox faced 148 balls for 60 not out, and Leach faced 39 balls for 9 not out. That was on Sunday the 18th of April, so 4 weeks ago today. And here's Rushworth now bowling to Leach. Leach is forward, taken on the pad, and he's gone. LBW. Didn't take long. Looks disappointed, Joe Leach, but umpire O'Shaughnessy in no doubt, and Rushworth goes from strength to strength, and this game moves ever closer towards its conclusion as Worcestershire lose their 8th wicket with the score on 148. Chris Rushworth's 3rd of the innings. He's powering on now to that 600 you were talking about. I think he'll get that easily if he stays fit for another year or 2. So Joe Leach, LBW to Rushworth for 5, and Worcestershire in steady decline now, 148 for 8 in the 50th over.
Still 43 overs to go, isn't there?
Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. New batsman is Josh Tongue. Knows which end of the bat to hold, Josh Tongue, as he showed in the first innings, but these are very difficult circumstances for anybody to come into.
Isn't that a funny saying, knows which end of the bat to hold?
Yeah, it is, but everybody, it's a cricketism, isn't it? Everybody knows what you mean. He's not an absolute rabbit, is he? That's another one, isn't it? We're full of them.
Bunny.
Jonas says, any chance of the rain saving us today? No, I don't think so. It's now raining on the Durham coast, Barry Skinner says. So that was 1 minute ago, but how long would that take for the weather to get here from there?
Depends which part of the Durham coast. And it could skirt around the back of us, it could go around the front of us. There was a suggestion in the radar this morning of rain about 4.
Well, I don't think it'll get here. It doesn't look too bad out to the east. Here's Rushworth beating Josh Tongue's forward push with that one. Outstanding delivery from Rushworth. He's in his pump. He's just loving it. He's just running in, putting it in exactly the right place. Nip here, nip there, hit the seam, go away, hit the seam, nip back.
Remember a few years ago, Durham in a similar situation like this, about 2015 here against Yorkshire, trying to hold on.
Here's Rushworth again. In, bowls, and tongue steers this behind square on the offside. And that's the end of the over. The first since tea, a wicket for Rushworth in it. Worcestershire 148 for 8, 43 overs left in the day.
It was a really muggy day, and we knew thunderstorms were on the way, and Durham had batted up until the afternoon on the final day and then just lost a wicket. And I think as they were going off the field, the first flash of lightning came in, and within about 5 minutes the ground was flooded. The heavens opened, there were floods all over the place. Lightning strikes left, right and centre. If they'd held on for 5 more minutes they would have got a draw. Scott Borthwick to continue here with an eye on that over 8, which is now -2. Staffed, isn't it? You could win a match with loads of overs to spare and still be docked points for a slow over 8. Oh, catch it, that was along the floor. It was a full toss from Borthwick that was met as it came down and guided along the floor, down past first slip towards third man. Was never off the ground from leaving the bat. Borthwick in. Oh. What was that? Borthwick ran away shouting, "Oh my God!" I'm not sure what he thought he'd seen there. It was just it was played back to him by Tongue, who's faced 3 balls so far yet to get off the mark. That's 4. Ball played back to the bowler. Have you heard that before, Frank? Oh my God. Interesting one. Borthwick gives that some airtime. Snuffed out by the batsman. Back to bowler goes, and he's picking the ball up. He's jogging back to his mark. He's getting through his overs as fast as he can. Bowls again, and Tongue once more digs it out. Doesn't quite grab that one this time, Borthwick, but it's quickly returned to him by Carse at mid-on. Gives it a furious polish, and then he's already coming back in now. The ball again. Bit wider this time, and it's pushed out towards mid-off. And that's the end of the over. It flew through that. That was less than a minute. I bet that was about 40 seconds, that over.
Yep. He's in Hordon, southeast Durham coast, Barry Skinner, by the way.
Yeah, that could hit us then, couldn't it?
But, yeah. It'll take a while, won't it? 149 for 8. Just a case of survival for as long as they possibly can. They'll be aware. Somebody will have looked at the weather in the Worcestershire dressing room and said, you know what, if we can hang on for 45 minutes or so, we might be alright. But Joe Leach going in the first over after tea, a real blow. Ben Cox, the last recognised batsman now, waits as Rushworth is in and bowls, and Cox is forward, pushes out on the onside, no run.
Well, Hordon's down towards Peterlee, and the radar is showing the weather that's coming in off the North Sea is drifting behind us. We've had a tweet during tea to say it was chucking it down in concert had Durham left it too late to declare, but anything happening in concert today has already gone beyond us, because everything's coming from the southeast and concert's over across to the northwest.
Rushworth once more. He's in, he bowls, and Cox is forward, pushes defensively out on the offside. It would be an injustice if Durham were not to win the game, let's be honest. I'm not saying I wouldn't feel pleased if it did suddenly pour down, but it would be an injustice. And Chris Rushworth himself, having picked up 8 wickets, certainly deserves to be on the winning side. He might get the last 2 and finish up with a 10ther for all we know. And in he comes now and bowls to Cox, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. But it would be churlish of any Worcestershire supporter not to admit that they've pretty much been outplayed in this game, out-bowled and out-batted. And you know, you have to be magnanimous in cricket and recognise when you've been outplayed. I think it's absolutely right, and it's been admirable the way Durham have played. I think they batted really well, particularly in the second innings, and they've bowled beautifully today and in the first innings. As Rushworth bowls, and this one's turned by Cox on the leg side for a single. Burnham fields at square leg. They maybe didn't bowl quite so well
Went on the money
yesterday
last night,
evening,
but
generally speaking, I think
150 up.
pretty much on top. 150 up for Worcestershire, yeah. Pretty insignificant
Yeah.
score, to be honest. It's just survival. And it's almost, you know, you can't see them surviving 41 overs. It could happen, but it's a case of trying to survive till the weather gets here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Rushworth. He's in again. He bowls to Tongue this time, and Tongue is forward very studiously. For a big man, he bends that front knee and gets down very low and pushes this one back to the bowler.
This is the 52nd over. New ball due at 80 overs if they need it. Which would mean that there's been quite a partnership developed somewhere along the line.
I'd be amazed if we get to that point. I really would. Here's Rushworth. Turning. 3 slips, as there always have been. Waiting as he bowls, and Tongue is forward. Pushes out on the offside. Another over negotiated. 150 for 8. Cox has 9. Tongue yet to get off the mark.
Elizabeth Cruikshank says, great commentary despite the strange sound effects. Talent will out, and it was only a matter of time before Chris Rushworth became Durham's leading wicket taker. When Durham play in front of a crowd on the 27th of May, I hope Rushy will be afforded the honour of leading the team out, and everybody present can show their appreciation. Enjoying Durham's positivity, and let's hope they can play to a conclusion. Borthwick up to the stumps, bowls. This is defended by Cox. David Moody says Leach's dismissal was plumb. It was stolen wall, it was adjacent, it was missing leg and missing off because it was hitting middle halfway up. That one's driven up towards and long off for 1 by Cox. Yeah, we never questioned that one, did we? Gordon Tate has emailed with memories of Rushy. I'll read this in a second. He said, on this auspicious day, I would like to share my abiding memory of Chris Rushworth as Borthwick comes in and bowls to Tongue. Tongue cuts down towards backward point to Young. No run there. Having lived away from the region for many years, I don't get to see Durham very often, but went to Headingley to see them play Yorkshire in the county championship. Borthwick bowls. Tongue drives. That's through the covers. There's a man sweeping out there. I think it's Mark Wood. It'll be 1 run. He says Durham were in the field and we were sitting in the 3rd man area when Rushy came to field on the boundary. Being unaware where his footballing allegiances lay, I asked Chris if he would be watching Newcastle play that evening. His response left me in little doubt as to who he supported. Well, he is from Sunderland. This is defended on a len. Well done, Chris Rushworth, for becoming Durham's leading wicket taker. A fantastic achievement. And Gordon, who's in Hull, adds as Borthwick bowls. This is defended by Cox out towards the offside, and that's the end of the over. 152 for 8, 40 to go. He says, best wishes from a still traumatised and more than a little menaced Gordon Tate from Hull. And Christopher Hackworth says, it's not raining 5 miles from the East Durham coast. So there you are.
I don't think we should think too much about the weather. I think it's just a matter of Durham bowlers sticking to their guns and picking up these wickets. 2 they need, and nobody better than Chris Rushworth to be bowling for them. He's in now and bowls that one outside the off stump, and Josh Tongue leaves it alone, and it's taken by Stewie Pointer.
I think we need to worry back. If anybody contacts us to say it's raining in Dordon or Seaham.
Right.
Looking at the trajectory of the pattern of the rain. I mean, the flag on this, the roof of the castle is still more or less pointing east towards the west, isn't it? So
it is. Here's Chris Rushworth. Past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls, and Tongue is forward, pushing up to extra cover. No run. Men out today then. Mitchell caught Burnham bowled Wood 62, fell. LBW Cars 1. Haynes caught Beddingham bowled Rushworth 24. D'Oliveira caught Pointer bowled Wood 7. Vessels LBW Rushworth without scoring. Libby LBW Wood 36, Barnard Court Point of Oldcastle 1, and Since T Leach LBW Rushworth for 5. In comes Rushworth again and bowls. Tongue is forward, pushing out into the covers.
Captain,
no run.
Captain Cook says it's raining in Stanley. Again, that's irrelevant to us because you're to the north and the west of us, so it doesn't matter. You've got what's passed here already, so it doesn't matter. We just need to hear about weather to the east, not the west.
The skies around the ground are actually lighter than they've been for a lot of the day, and we had some apocalyptically dark clouds this morning, but play was going on because the light overhead was reasonable. His Rushworth bowls and Tongue edges down to third man. He'll probably get 4 here. It's racing away, and oh no, it's slowing up now and slid just back, flicked back by Borthwick inside the rope, and they get 3. So Tongue moves on to 4, and the total is 155 for 8. Almost irrelevant, the total.
They're going to resume at Glamorgan at 4:15 with 28 overs remaining on the final day. Glamorgan 108 for 3 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 27 runs.
Rushworth to bowl to Cox. Bowls, and Cox is forward, pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. Interesting conundrum. If you're batting out there now and you've got Ben Cox, who's a recognised batsman with plenty of experience, and you've got Josh Tongue, who's a bowler who's not the worst batsman but a relative newcomer to the side, do you take what runs are there, or do you decide that Cox is going to stay at one end and try and take Rushworth, who comes in now and bowls to him? And Cox pushes out defensively on the onside, and there's no run. End of the over. Leaving Tongue to face Borthwick. I mean, it might be different if Wood was bowling at the other end, but Borthwick, leg spinner, not the worst by any means, but he's much more comfortable for Tongue to face than Rushworth. I wonder if there's been any discussion about that as to whether one's going to try and stay at one end or the other. They just look to be picking up whatever runs are there at the moment, but those runs are irrelevant. It's just about survival. 155 for 8 at the end of the over.
Latest weather update from the Roca Riviera. It's quite bright over the Riviera, but it looks a little bit dark over Durham and Houghton way. It can stay dark over Durham and Houghton for me, as they're behind us to the south. Borthwick then to Tongue. He's got a short leg in place. Tongue plays this out through mid-wicket and will get a single. Derbyshire, there are 28 overs left in their match against Essex, are in their second innings following on and are 242 for 8, trailing by 24. It's raining again at Hove. That's Borthwick bowls here. That squirts down towards short third man for 1 from Cox's bat. That's going to end in a draw, that one, because Kent are leading by 232 runs on that final afternoon in their second innings. Sussex have only batted once. Glamorgan, Yorkshire, I've just told you that it's raining there, but they hope to get back on in the next few minutes. Borthwick bowls. This is defended. Hampshire beat Middlesex last night. Glamorgan, Yorkshire, I've just mentioned. Somerset, Surrey was abandoned this morning as a draw. Borthwick flights that in, played back to him by Tongue. 54.4 overs gone. Worcestershire 157 for 8. Borthwick bowls. Tongue defends. Roundabout off stump. Ball rolls off to that offside. The over rate is -2 at the moment. Borthwick speeding his way through another over. 1 ball left of it. Try and get that over rate back up. Tongue turns towards backward square leg to Rushworth. Dot ball. End of the over. 2 runs from it at the beginning.
Yep, good light now, actually. Got a bit brighter, I think, if anything, hasn't it?
There's a little bit of blue sky just above us, isn't it?
And absolutely no problems at the moment with the weather. Got to put it out of your mind, I think, if you're playing. You just got to play. You just got to play each ball if you're the batsman. Bowl each ball if you're the bowler. Rushworth in. Bowls, and a big shout, and he's got Cox, LBW, that one. Keeping a little bit low, perhaps, but smack in front. Back leg, nip back. Great bit of bowling again from Rushworth. And well, on the brink, Worcestershire 157 for 9. And Chris Rushworth is also on the brink. He's on the brink of that tenfer that I was talking about, which would be a lovely way for him to mark the game in which he broke the record. That's his 3rd LBW of the innings, and Ben Cox is on his way. He has gone for 11, and Worcestershire's last pair now together at the crease. That's Charlie Morris and Josh Tongue. Great bowling again from Rushworth.
I wonder how many times he's taken 10 in a match. Let's have a look. His best figures in an innings 9 for 52 against Northamptonshire a few years back. I think he got 16 in that game. In a match 4 times. He's taken 28 fifers now, including in the first innings in this one.
It will not be long, I would suggest. It will not be long. 157 for 9, Worcestershire. In he comes. Rushworth into Morris. Right on the money. Morris gets a bat on it. If he'd missed it, it's another one. He'd have been smack in front. Absolutely pinned the 2 batsmen since tee, Leach and Cox. He bowls at the stumps. You get in line. If you miss it, you are in real trouble. And it's been an outstanding exhibition of seam bowling from Chris Rushworth, and I also thought Mark Wood bowled really, really well today. In he comes, Rushworth again. He bowls, and Morris is back to this one and pushing defensively out on the offside. Every ball is now bringing a sort of shout of anticipation from behind the stumps, and not surprisingly, because every ball looks a threat. And Durham are going to win this game, and it's going to be a win that they entirely deserve, and it's going to be a win in which really on all 4 days they've been pretty much on their game with bat and ball. Very good unit they look. Rushworth in, bowls, and Morris again plays defensively on the offside. There's no run. So I think I've seen first hand in this group, I've seen Essex, I've seen Essex, Warwickshire, Derbyshire, and now Durham, and I'd certainly say Durham look the best unit. Essex are very powerful, obviously, but just something about this Durham side that looks very well balanced to me.
Sports Extra with us now.
Rushworth in, bowls, and Morris is on the back foot, pushing defensively on the offside. If you are just joining us from Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, good afternoon. I'm Frank Watson, alongside me is Martin Emerson. There won't be much more cricket here, I fear, with my Worcestershire hat on. Worcestershire resuming at 60 without loss this morning when we got underway, or this afternoon when we got underway at 12:45. But in the afternoon session they lost 7 wickets for 76 runs, and they've lost 2 more since tea. Rushworth in, bowls to Morris, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. They've lost 2 more since tea, for the addition of just a further 11 runs. At the moment they're 157 for 9, the 2 men out since tea. Leach for 5 and Cox for 11, both LBW to the tremendous Chris Rushworth, who has been outstanding throughout this game. He's got 9 wickets. He's also gone past Graham Onions' all-time first-class wickets record for Durham, and at the moment Durham are very much on the brink of victory.
Borthwick leg spin on the end. Tongue falls to that one. Richard Wilson's tweeted, can Rushy wait until Borthwick gets the over rate down, or is it up before taking the final wicket? I think they'll massage that back now. In fact, I can't see what it is anymore. In comes Borthwick in. I think it was -4 this morning, then went -3 and -2. And I think it's -1 now, so they should be alright on the over rate side of things. As Borthwick bowls off again, Tongue plays it back to him. It's a bump ball. Previous ball was just played back to the bowler on the floor. Borthwick comes in. Tongue cuts, and it's gone out to the covers. Eckersley stops it. For those of you who haven't been with us from 5 Live Sports Extra, Chris Rushworth earlier got the wicket of Jack Haynes to leave him on, to take him to 528 first-class wickets for Durham, a new club record. This is played by Tongue to Eckersley once again. He's since gone on to get the wicket of Vessels for a duck, and Leach and Cox, the last two to go after the tee, both LBW for 5 and 11 respectively. Borthwick in with a quicker run this time, played out towards Wood on the Castle side of the ground, 1 run. And another quick over is completed. There's not much time to talk during these overs from Scott Borthwick. He's getting through them in about 30 or 40 seconds.
Well, you can keep going because I've got to nip off and do an update, so
there you go.
Keep going.
Chris Rushworth looking for 10 in the match, which would be the 5th time he'd achieved such a thing. Rushworth, ball in hand, looking here to bowl to Tongue, who is on 658 for 9. This is defended. Main concern, really, from my point of view, is the weather. We've had lots of dark cloud drifting past us, and I'm told where it's coming from on the east coast is okay at the moment. We've had rain drifting behind us, and it's been raining just to the west of us in Stanley and Concert. The floodlights have been on here now for most of the afternoon, actually. Didn't get started until 1:45 because of morning rain, so we had a 79 over day. Tea was taken at 3:15. As Rushworth bowls, and this is defended by Tongue. It runs back up to the bowler's end, collected by Wood at mid-on. Worcestershire lost 7 wickets for 76 runs in 35 overs in the afternoon session and were 146 for 7 at tea. And when Chris Rushworth got that wicket, as earlier in the day, Libby smacked one out towards the colours. I don't know how Jack Burnham reached it, but he dived into the air and somehow got a hand on it, and it looked for a second like it might stick, but then it didn't. Rushworth had his head in his hands as he bowls here, and that's right in towards the bottom of off stump, and it's played up to mid off the net. Eckersley, no run there. I know he's been feeling the pressure and felt that he was trying to overdo it last night. Didn't bowl to his potential last night. He was thinking about it too much, and then when the moment eventually came today, when Haynes was out for 24, caught in the slips by David Bellingham, that was it. He was reduced to tears as his teammates gave him a celebratory hug, and he was clapped off the field by everybody at tea. Comes in here to bowl, and this is played by Tongue up to Wood again, and the Worcestershire players were up on the balcony as well to applaud him off. Seems reminiscent, really, of when Durham were down at Worcestershire. I think it's 2017. Worcestershire won the second division title at the end of the season that year, and the Durham players formed a guard of honour for them. And Rushy got the 450 first-class wickets against Worcestershire the last time they were here. So I think he's enjoyed playing them over the years. He's bowling now. This is turned by Tongue towards Leeds at short mid-wicket. He got Darryl Mitchell in the Worcestershire first innings, so it's the first time he's taken 9 wickets from the same batsman. So Mitchell on his own in the 9 club. He was batting quite nicely in the second innings, Mitchell, this morning, when he got one off the hand from Mark Wood. He was on 62 at the time. He needed some treatment. Durham brought in a short leg, and then the next ball, he clipped that ball straight to Burnham at short leg and departed. It was 79 for 1 at that point. Rushworth in, bowls, and this is guided into the ground and down to third slip. A sharp stop from Brian Carlstad at the end of the over. 158 for 9. There are still 35 overs to go. Rushworth 4 for 52 from 20 overs, 6 of which have been maidens. They were 344 away from their target when Mitchell was out. Fell then went for 1, Haynes for 24 for that 528th wicket for Rushworth, Dollar 7, Vessel's got a 8-ball duck, I think it was. Libby 36, dropped 3 times before he was eventually out. Barney just 1, Leach 5 and Cox 11. And Borthwick is bowling here now to Charlie Morris. I think that's a full toss. Just bounced just in front of him. View obscured by the keeper standing at the stumps and the batsman. Got 2 slips in place here and a short leg. Morris cuts at that one and it's gone off towards point. It's collected by Will Young, playing in his last match for Durham before he links up with New Zealand and having got himself a century in this one yesterday, as well as Jack Burnham, his first century, Jack Burnham, since 2016. That's given a lot of airtime and is dabbed away by Morris. Durham have got the last pair in here, looking for victory, their second of the season. Borthwick bowls, it's defended once again, it rolls back towards him. Twice in the 2017 season they had the last 2 Kent players at the crease, down in Canterbury and here, and couldn't get them out. But they didn't have to bat anywhere near as long as this. It was about 10 overs or so in each one of those. And Northants did it to them in the opening game at Wantage Road in 2014. The last pair managed to see the game out for a draw. It's Borthwick balls again. This one's played along the ground towards point. Wood collects it. Another quick over. It's nearly finished this over. It's been dot ball so far. This is the last ball. Here it comes. A faster delivery. It cuts back in hard and well played there, Charlie Morris, just to keep that one out the last second. And a big yelp from Scott Borthwick. I think thought he'd got his man on that occasion.
Mark Wood coming into the attack to replace Chris Rushworth. That must be nice. What a great relief that is for the tailenders. Oh good, Chris Rushworth's going off. Oh dear, Mark Wood. Mark Wood's bowled really well today. Got real pace on a not very quick surface. It's gloomy light, the lights are on, but he's been a real handful. His dismissal of the experienced Darryl Mitchell in the afternoon session typifies that. He got Mitchell in all sorts of trouble, banged one in short, pinned his right hand against the handle of the bat, and Mitchell was in severe pain. I'll just break off as Wood comes in to bowl to Tongue, and Tongue angles this one off a thickish outside edge down to third man. He'll get 2. And
quickly, Essex have just beaten Derbyshire, so Derbyshire were following on there. They've lost 2 quick wickets at the end, so Essex take their second victory of the season at home. And they have Simon Harmer's finished with 12 wickets in the match.
So Darryl Mitchell receiving lengthy treatment for that blow on the hand. Find out later what if there's any really significant damage. And then next ball, Wood angles another one in at his ribs. Comes in now and bowls to Tongue, who steers this on the offside. And Mitchell, a little bit square, could do nothing other than fend it off to short leg, where Jack Burnham had been brought in to short leg whilst Mitchell had been receiving treatment from the Worcestershire physio, and he was caught there. So it was a really, really good bit of hostile fast bowling from Mark Wood, and Mitchell the first to go, having made 62. Since then, a procession really of Worcestershire batsmen in the face of some outstanding bowling. Wood again in bowls. This one is short and beats Tongue outside the stump, banged in short. Takes a lot of effort on this pitch to get the ball up to sort of shoulder high, and that one fizzed past the outside edge of Josh Tongue. So Mitchell out first, and then Bryden Cast came into that, got a wicket with his first ball. Tom fell, LBW for 1, and then Rushworth nipped in with that wicket that brought him the record, getting Haynes for 24. Wood again is in and bowls, and Tongue is in behind that, plays defensively out on the offside very nicely, and there's no run. Then Brett D'Oliveira strangled a bit down the leg side by Wood, but unsettled by the pace perhaps, and
whacked it out one-handed, didn't he?
Gloved it down the leg side and was caught by Stuart Pointer. Then Rushworth bang on the money again with one that ducked back into Ricky Vessels, and he was LBW without scoring. Libby then was the 6th out. He'd been dropped 3 times, Jake Libby. Remember, he came in yesterday evening in that opening partnership with Darryl Mitchell. Here's Wood again. into Tongue, who drives uppishly but very nicely through extra cover for 4. Good shot from Josh Tongue against the quick bowling of Mark Wood on the up, a little bit in the air, but through the gap at extra cover for 4. Takes him into double figures. He's on 12, 164 for 9. And Jake Libby eventually LBW to Mark Wood for 36, having faced 117 balls. He'd resisted quite a bit. Then Bryden Cast came back into the attack and again got a wicket with his first ball. This time Ed Barnard caught behind by Stewie Pointer for 1. In comes Wood and bowls, and Tongue is again in behind that, playing defensively, and there's no run. So at tea, Worcestershire was 70. Well, they were 136 for 7, but they'd lost 70. They lost 7 for 76. I'll get there in the end. 7 for 76 in that afternoon session, and since tea, Rushworth 2 more LBWs, both batsmen, Leach and Cox, pinned in front. Leach for 5, Cox for 11. Worcestershire at that point 157 for 9. They've limped along now to 164 for 9. But it's surely only a matter of time before Durham wrap up what will be a well-deserved victory.
Borthwick bowling here to Charlie Morris, who cuts that off the back foot to Ben Rain in the covers. Jeff Brown, the BBC television Look North presenter, former Durham writer for the Journal newspaper. This is in the gloves, and that is it. That's the victory, and Borthwick gets Charlie Morris caught behind, and he looks a bit stunned to have been given out there by Michael Goff. And Durham have wrapped up their second win of the season. They've dominated this game for 4 days. They win by 258 runs, and celebrations in the middle. And I tell you what, they're a team to watch this season, Durham. They have been in front in all 5 matches. They've managed to get 2 victories in a row at home after draws in the opening game against Nottinghamshire. Again, they should have won against Essex and Chelmsford. That just went wrong for them on the final day, and then a draw against Derbyshire. But they were powerful against Warwickshire, and they've been powerful against Worcestershire. Worcestershire had drawn all 5 before this, but they taste defeat for the first time this season. And Durham wrap up the win by 258 runs. And we'll go through the scorecard for you in a moment, but I'm just thinking points-wise from this match, Durham take 19 points from the game. Sorry, no, 20, 20, because yeah, they got a batting point as well. Yeah, 20 points from the match, so a good haul for them. And be interesting to see where they end up in the league table as a result of that one. But excellent work from Durham. They wrap it up. There was still 32 overs to go as well when Borthwick got that final wicket. So Morris is out for none, caught behind. And the rest of the scorecard looks like this with regards to the bowlers. Then the camera is following Chris Rushworth, who's just been across to the far fence to take his cap and his jumper, and he's jogging over now to join the rest. He has finished with 4 for 52 from 20 overs, 6 maidens and 9 in the match.
9 for 108 in the match.
9 for 108 in the game. Mark Wood 3 for 47 from 14, 3 maidens there. And a guard of honour for Chris Rushworth, local lad, came through the Durham Academy. He holds his cap high as he walks off the field. The Worcestershire players have come down the steps, some of them are, to shake hands with him as well. What a lovely moment that is, as he heads up and he receives a pat on the back from Daryl Mitchell and some of the other players. Daryl Mitchell, who said Chris Rushworth gives him nightmares, right up there with undercooked prawns and too many Jaeger bombs. He wrote an article in his benefit brochure a couple of years ago. Players all shaking hands here, and that is it. So Worcestershire all out for 164, and Morris the last man to go. Stewie Pointer taking the catch. So Scott Borthwick 1 for 10 from 7.2 overs, 1 maiden for him. Bryden Cast 2 for 34 from 9. Ben Rain none for 16 from 10, 3 maidens for him. And then Mark Wood, we've told you, I think 3 for 47, 14 overs. Right, as far as BBC Radio Newcastle's concerned, in reaction to this one, we will be interviewing Chris Rushworth in a few minutes' time, so look out for that later. The club will no doubt be sharing the interview the Zoom interview via their social media sites as well, and there'll be a reaction on BBC Tees tomorrow morning and BBC Radio Newcastle in the breakfast shows, and reaction coming as well from BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. And Franks will be finding out in a moment, no doubt, who he's going to be talking to.
I'll be talking to Alex Kidman, the head coach.
He's talking to Alex Kidman, the head coach, who is the brother of the Durham coach, Will. We will leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us today. We've enjoyed your company over the last 4 days. It's been a scintillating game, and Durham eventually winning by 258 runs.